Hello all, it's your girl Tiffany, Madam Malicious Black Beauty, your poetic psychic Pisces, High Priestess, aka the light that shines like a diamond, also known as your modern day nun, one whom isn't within a coven, a convent, or a covenant. I do thank you all for listening and for watching on today. This is going to be another one of my hot topic tarots. I thank each and every one of you all for listening and for watching. If you'll be so kind to please like, share, and subscribe, it will be greatly, greatly appreciated. We're going to get into a bit of dialogue, okay, and about today's hot topic tarot, guys. So without any further ado, let's get started. Okay, guys, as you all already know, as I already mentioned, I am Poetic Psychic Pisces, High Priestess, welcoming you to the show Hot Topic Tarot. To support my channel, you can like, share, subscribe, send your super stickers or your super thanks, as well as you can send a modest contribution through CASHAPP, which is $TipDiamond36, or through PayPal, which is paypal.me/@36diamond, as you can see here on the screen. At this time, I would like to go over the copyright disclaimer, as you see here on your screen in my flyer, as well as scrolling across the bottom of the screen. This commentary is covered under the Fair Use Act of 1976 under Section 107, which allowance is made for the purposes such as criticism, comment, opinions, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, education, research, etc. Okay, so guys, I ran across something recently that I wanted to share with you all. It was very interesting. I was seeing, it was one of those commercial ads that come on Facebook, or excuse me, YouTube. It was a commercial ad on YouTube, guys, okay, that popped up while I was watching something else or whatever, and it kept on popping up, and it seemed kind of interesting. So I wanted to check it out, guys. So I did, okay, and I listened to like the entire series. It's kind of set up kind of like I think like a podcast, kind of like, but it's actually called Unified TV. Okay, guys, so I'm going to share this with you all. What I found. They actually have several different topics that they cover on this particular website, because they have their own website, okay, like you can subscribe and all this, that, and the other. Each segment are like pretty long. They're like an hour and something, 2 hours and something. They have like whole like type movie type clips. Some of them are like interview type deals or what have you on there. So of course I'm not going to play all of that for you all, but so you can see it here. It's called a Unified TV. Okay. Like I said, you can actually sign up and you can watch what they have available. Like they're constantly uploading stuff, you know, periodically whenever they decide to upload new content or whatever, but it's actually quite a bit of content on there. What I was seeing commercials about is what interests me. Okay. And it's a whole segment. It's called Disclosure. Okay. And the guy, his name is Jason Shurka, okay? And I believe he's like the owner, operator of Unified TV, okay? Which I do believe, like, he may have other partners, because like on other segments, there's like a totally different host. or what have you. And there's like different topics of different things, guys, okay, of what these people are talking about. But I found it very interesting because the commercials that was being shown, this guy that he was interviewing, I found it very interesting because this guy is like concealed, he's hiding himself or whatever. They like you know, like mask his real voice and his identity and everything, and he's talking about a lot of things that are actually quite interesting. But I found like so much in this that was spake about and was said, and I'm like, this is crazy. This is straight bullshit. Okay. And this guy, he proclaims to belong to a particular, what I would call a secret society. Okay. And he's talking to this Jason Shirka guy. Okay. He's giving him this exclusive interview. They're normally, obviously, this supposed secret society of theirs is something that's been hidden. They've been in the shadows with all their work that they do and everything, or what have you, guys. Okay. And let me go through this. I'm going to just show you. So as you can see here, there's like so many different things. You have the root cause, the pyramid code, where he's talking to the same guy about the pyramids and different things like that. You have multidimensional self, paradigm shift, a lot of different things here, okay? But the ones that I watched, as you can see here, it's called disclosure, okay, guys? So this is what I watched, okay? And there's like so many different, let me just tap into this real quick. There's so many different segments to this. Like there's like multiple different interviews that was done. Okay, so this says what shocking truths about our existence might unfold when we delve deep into areas long hidden from humanity by the powers that be. Okay, so this is like, you know, what totally interests me about this, that I wanted to look more into this. Okay, so we're going to go to, as you can see over here, there's several different series here. Okay, obviously it starts with disclosure 1. I believe it goes all the way up to like maybe 6 or 7. Hold on just a minute, I'm gonna look, guys. Okay, so as you can see here, yeah, it goes all the way up to 6. Well, really 7, because then you have the disclosure finale, and then he goes into disclosure, like question and answers from like, you know, people who had like direct questions that were watching and different things like this. Okay. So, this guy, okay, he identifies himself as being Ray. Okay, he claimed that he wrote a book called The Rays of Light, or Ray of Light book. And it was kind of interesting because he said he wrote the book, but he wasn't going to publish the book, but that the book was available already. So it was a lot of conflicting information. I'm not sure if you can find that or not. It's called The Ray of Light. His real name is not Ray. Okay, and it's a guy. The guy that you see his face on the screen, his name is Jason Shirka. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay. And the hidden figure guy, he's been giving exclusive interviews to this guy, guys. Okay. And what I noticed is Jason Shirka, he has such a close connection with this person that he doesn't even know that he is being recruited into this group. You hear him say, "Oh, I haven't been officially recruited," but they have deemed Jason Shirka as being their messenger for the group of what information to disclose. He's the only one that they're giving, you know, interviews to tell about what the group do, and, you know, to disclose some information. He has been initiated into this group. Now, this guy that talks, for one, what I found interesting is that Jason Shirka, in between the interviews, he'll stop to like type some things that you have to read out or whatever. He says that the guy, you know, they have his voice and his identity concealed for obvious reason, because they belong to the secret society group or whatever that do all this hidden secret work behind the scenes, or what have you. And like I said, the guy is just using the name Ray as a cover, but that's not his real name. His coded name for the group is actually called CO, which I found out from one of their other members that ended up doing an interview with Jason Shirka as well. I will also say that I'm going to show you, I'm going to play a bit of this. I'm showing you all this, and I'm going to play certain clips of this, but he clearly tells you that this is information that anybody can use. It's, you know, free information. Well, it's not free information because they have a 7-day free trial, but you actually have to pay for a membership, like to be on, you know, be a part of Unified TV and keep seeing content or whatever. But he has a disclaimer where he says that anybody is welcome to downloading these videos and sharing them on our own personal platforms and different things like that, which is why I'm showing you all this and what have you. So, and I just figured I'd show you all like this instead of actually filling up all my space on my device with downloading every one of these videos, because it's like a lot. Okay. And you do get a free 7-day free, you know, a 7-day free trial. So I would definitely tell you all to go and sign up, subscribe, and get your free 7-day free trial. And you can watch all of these videos in the same day. Most of them are like an hour and something long, okay, on each one of these. Like, especially this segment in particular was the one that I was particularly interested in, because if you've seen any of the commercials on YouTube about this Unified TV, he goes into talking about the underground tunnels. He goes into talking about extraterrestrial life. He goes into talking about, you know, the children that's underground and different things. He goes into talking about all different kinds of things. Okay. But I found discrepancies in even what he has to say. Now, he prides himself, and he continuously try to make it known that they are a good group. They are the good people. Okay. Now, he did matter of factly say, because Jason Shirka, you know, ended up asking him some questions that other people was wondering. This group is not what was referred to as Q. He said that they're matter of factly not Q. He said that they're not, you know, any other like secret society group that we have heard of before, like Freemasons, Knights and Templars, Skull and Bones, or anything like that. This is a whole nother group. And he really comes off like they oppose the establishment, like they oppose, because he actually speaks of the satanic powers that be, you know, what I call the satanic powers that be. Most of you all just call them the powers that be, as being the psychopaths, the you know, the sick, crazy, depraved ones. Like, this is how he explains them. But there's quite a bit of discrepancies in things that he say that I find very wrong with this, especially being a targeted individual. There was certain shit that he said, and I'm like, first of all, this is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because as a target, I'm telling you, if you are a targeted individual, listen to this. Sign up. Get your, you can sign up for free. You got a free 7-day, you know, trial or whatever, and you can cancel it at any time. Okay. And watch them in order. Okay. Some of what I'm telling you about, especially if you're a targeted individual, the shit that he say in disclosure one, because in the other ones, he go through a whole bunch of other things. They start diving into different areas. Okay. Disclosure one, he says he basically goes into what this group is called, and they call themselves TLS. Okay, the group is called TLS. Now, when I researched this, okay, and Jason Shirka says that they are a secret group, that you can Google them and find anything about them, but technically you can't. What I did notice is that everything you can find about them, his face is on it. This Jason Shirka guy. He is the face. He's been all over other platforms doing all kind of interviews, doing, you know, they are talked about. But I found two different TLS meanings for TLS. Now, one of them have to do with like computer programming and different things like that, with the internet and all this other kind of stuff. But there's a group called the Labyrinth Society, okay, that goes by TLS, okay. And then I found the Light System. I believe their organization, the initials TLS is for the Light System, is what they call themselves, okay. Now, they pride themselves in being like very highly inclined, highly awakened individuals, and they're trying to awaken the masses, awaken the society, to get them to a higher level of vibrations. He talks about this. He also says in this group, those of them that is in this group, they have special supernatural powers and abilities. Like, this guy go into a lot of shit, okay? From intermingling with extraterrestrials to being on spaceships, to going to other planets, to like all kinds of shit, y'all, okay? And I'm like, the fuck is this? But it's certain things that he said, okay? And I'm going to go through, guys, okay? And then I'm going to let y'all listen to a bit of this, okay? So what's problematic for me with this secret organization, and its suspicious characters, okay? Number one is they claim to actually be doing work for the good of humanity, the good of people. But I feel like if they are actually doing work for the good, then why are they hidden, okay? Why do they hide their identities? Or what have you, okay? Why are they hidden within their secret society with ridiculous code names like Black Widow, which is a female one who also did an interview with Jason Shirka. One, Black Widow is a woman, an evil woman who kills her own loved ones. Usually her spouse, usually other persons in her family is what a Black Widow is. Why in the hell you would give somebody the code name Black Widow? I don't know. But when I listened to her interview, y'all, I matter-of-factly know I have heard this woman's voice before. I know who the hell that is, and it's gonna hit me like a ton of bricks when I'm not thinking about it. But I have heard this woman's voice before. I know who that is, okay? But they have secret hidden code names like Black Widow, CO, Eagle, BA, BB, okay? And the BB stands for blind baby, she says. And you got Eagle, you got so many different code names that they have, okay? But I mean, if they're actually doing work for the good, like anybody who's around here doing work for the good, no matter what organization that they are with, you know, whether they're a nonprofit organization, whether they're a religious organization or anything like that or whatever, they don't have to hide who they are. They don't have to hide the good works that they do or anything like that or whatever. So it's very interesting to me that they proclaim to be doing work for the good of humanity, yet they are hidden, okay? Also, if TLS, in fact, oppose the powers that be, then why do they work with them on missions? This is something else that the hidden character Ray claimed that they do. They have collaborated with the powers that be. These are wealthy elite persons in power, in authority, government officials that he claimed that they have actually been called on, which would technically mean that they are not hidden. They are not secret. They are not unknown. If they were secret and hidden like that, then they would be secret and hidden even from the government. And you clearly hear him talk about the government, okay? You clearly hear him say he calls them the psychopaths and all this other kind of stuff, yet y'all have worked with them on missions before. Like, he go through a bunch of different things that is straight up hypocritical to what the overall message that he's giving and what he is saying, which I find as complete bullshit, okay? I'm like, if you're calling them psychopaths, you're calling them bad, you're calling them evil, you're saying the things that they're doing is wrong and all the things they're doing to destroy humanity and all this other kind of stuff, and y'all are supposed to be, you know, these highly evolved, awakened, enlightened ones that, you know, and all of this, it's doing the good for the humanity, then one, why are y'all hidden? And two, why are you working with the enemy? He has even made mention, in one of these interviews that he has been over some of these persons' house to these persons, which lets me know that he has to, for you to go to someone who's high up in power in government or a wealthy elite person's home, you have to be someone who is on their level in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Okay. They don't just invite people over to their homes. You understand what I'm saying? And if you're calling them psychopaths and you know all this evil, wicked things that they do and everything, why would you be there? Why would you be a part of that? You understand what I'm saying? So that's another thing that I found problematic with this group. If TLS, in fact, opposes the powers that be, then why do they work with them on missions? Okay. And there were several missions that they claimed that they worked with them on. There was one particular mission when he started talking about the missing children. He said that there were more than, I want to say 20,000 children that went missing in one night in New York City. And they were all abducted. And this was all happened during the time of the, when the shutdowns was going on and the demic, y'all know what I'm talking about, or whatever. More than 20,000 children went missing in New York City alone. They were abducted. They were taken. He helped them on this mission. Well, not his group, not him, so just him, but his group helped them on this mission. He also goes on when he starts talking about the tunnels. Not only did he disclose that there's tunnels, there's underground tunnels all over the world, number one. He disclosed that we have military officials that are guarding these fucking tunnels. And he said these tunnels are filled with children, millions of children, and they're hidden in secret rooms inside the walls and all this other kind of shit he is saying. Well, excuse me, guys. He said during this one mission into the tunnels, he said they have whole train systems that goes through these tunnels and they can go from one area to another. Okay. He said they went and rounded up some of these children and took these children, put them on an aircraft and trafficked them. He claims to another fucking planet. But the mere fact that you traffic them at all, and he said these are all different types of children. He said some of these children are clones. He said some of these children are children with disabilities and very ill and very sick. He said, you know, and some of these children is just, you know, just regular children that have been abducted and taken and different things. And he talks about how bad of condition that they're in and different things. But these children are being, all these children, this is the reason why you have 800,000 to 1 million children that go missing every fucking year. And they vanish into thin air. They're never seen or heard from ever the fuck again. Okay, so now do you know who is making billions of fucking dollars off the human trafficking operations, off the sex trafficking operations? Yeah. Okay, and they're hiding them under fucking ground. And many of them, they're used for different purposes. Okay, many of them are sold into sex slavery. They're sold into, you know, to certain people. Many of them are used to be tested on, experimented on. Others of them, they're used for various different things. Okay, but he goes into talking about how there are millions of children. And how his group, TLS, went down there in these tunnels. And he said the tunnels are booby-trapped, where if you step in certain areas or touch certain things or whatever, that they will like basically disintegrate you, that they can kill you on spot from directed energy weapons within these tunnels. But it pissed me off so bad. I'm like, we have military officials that you got under fucking mind control, guarding these fucking tunnels of children who have been the fuck abducted. And you're guarding this for them, for the elite satanic fucking powers that be to come and grab them and do with them as they fucking please, and y'all do fucking nothing about it? This is the reason why our soldiers lose their fucking mind by the time they come up out of the fucking military, because they're doing missions like this. The real terrorist is right here where we are. That pissed me off. And then for this Ray guy to make TLS out to be such a great group, good group. How dare you all talking about saving the children? What the fuck? You ain't saved them from shit. Some they go and they heal some of them and all this other kind of shit. But you just said that y'all went in there and took a shipload of these children, and he claimed that they trafficked them to other fucking planets. He says some of these children are taken, they may be taken to islands, they may be taken to other planets, they may be taken to other dimensions, all kind of shit. They never seen or heard from him again. What makes you any better than those you call the psychopaths, who are the satanic powers that fucking be? That's what I want to know. If you were actually saving the children, you would expose that operation. You would expose all of the damn tunnels and those who are operating them, and you would return those children back the fuck home. But his excuse to that is some of the children are cloned babies, babies that they have cloned, and some of them are so frail and so ill and so weak and have disabilities and all. That ain't no fucking excuse. You can tell the different spots where he was fucking lying and different shit or whatever, but he comes off. And then another thing, whoever this guy is, the Jason Shirker guy, he said, oh, he may have a bit of a language barrier because he's a foreigner. Where the fuck does he come from? Is he American or not? Because he's talking about missions that's being done on American fucking soil. So is he American the fuck or not? Excuse my language, but this really pissed me off, okay? And he goes a lot into all of the superpowers that they have. One of the main things that he prides themselves on, one of the powers that they have is levitation, okay? He loves to talk about how they can levitate and how they can beam from this area and this place and that place. And I'm going to get to that, okay? So the next thing that was problematic for me with this group is, why didn't TLS expose the corrupt operations going on underground, like I just told you, in the tunnels? Instead, why did TLS assist in the trafficking of children to other places? Now, I don't give a damn what made up ass story that you want to come up with, where you claim you took them to other fucking planets, to an island, wherever the fuck you took them, they still trafficking. It's still human trafficking. I don't give a damn where you took them. You could have said you took them to Never Land with goddamn Peter Pan. You still trafficked them. And he blatantly tells you this in this fucking series. Okay? Now, I'm going to get into some other things, but I need to go back real quick, because what I forgot to tell y'all, and the reason why you need to watch all of the disclosure videos, okay? But pay very close attention to disclosure 1, because on disclosure 1 is where he tells what TLS is, what their capabilities are, what they're all about. Let me go back to that. What triggered me as a targeted individual, because Jason Shirker asked him, so what is TLS? What do y'all do? What is this about? He said, the first thing came out of his mouth, he said, it's a bunch of mind games. I said, mind games? Y'all, this man began to describe things that is matter-of-factly going on with targeted individuals all over this world right the fuck now. This man tells you that this TLS group, they're like fucking they're like a demonized fucking COINTELPRO. He goes into talking about some of the capabilities that they have that he calls mind games. They are able to invade and violate other people's minds. He also prides himself, the other things that he prides himself on, the abilities that they have that they can do besides levitation is telepathy. They use telepathy to communicate not only with each other, but other people. Okay? This is what targeted individuals are trying to explain to people every fucking day. They call it voice to skull, where shit is being beamed in a person's head. You can see motion pictures of all different types of things. You can see, you can hear certain things being said. Sometimes it's conversations you can hear that other people are having. Sometimes it's direct shit that is being directly aimed at you. Talks about directed energy weapons and their uses and everything. This man even goes so far to go into the fact that they are chipped. Every member of this group, TLS, they are chipped. He said he can make a phone call to a person without actually picking up a phone through this chip that is in him. He said that he can communicate telepathically with his synthetic fucking telecommunication, telepathy. This is the same shit that the gang stalkers, this is how the gang stalkers handlers communicate with them. Their handlers, the gang stalkers communicate with each other the same way that the targeted individuals are fucking being tortured. This guy explains this shit and says that they use this fucking technology. I said, this man ain't nothing but a fucking gang stalker. That's what they are. He describes it, he breaks down into what they do into physical and spiritual. First of all, what they call spiritual ain't a bit. He ain't speak about nothing that was the hell spiritual, the fuck at all. Nothing he spake about that they do is spiritual in the least bit. It's not. And when you go into the thing, and the way he breaks it down like that is, one, the physical things is where they physically go places and do certain things. Okay. And this is very interesting too. Okay. Because this ties into manipulation and different things. Okay. And there was a specific movie that this Black Widow chick brought up. Well, the Jason Shirka guy brought up to the Black Widow when she was explaining, you know, the things that they do. It's called the Adjustment Bureau. If any of you have ever seen that movie, it's an older movie, but it's called the Adjustment Bureau. And there's like these men in black type of guys with these hats on. And they was trying to prevent this man who was running, who was a candidate. He was running for something, senator, governor, mayor, something he was running for or whatever. But he kept running into this woman, and he had fell in love with this woman. This woman was his soulmate, his divine counterpart. Him and this woman was in love with each other. But these men in black type figures, they was doing things on purpose to like separate them, to break them up, to keep them from being together. And it was like it was forbidden and shit. And trying to get him back on the course that they wanted to get them on, or what, like they was controlling and manipulating things in this man's life. Okay. These people say that that's something like what they do. Okay. And in that movie, like to distract him one time, he was in a coffee shop and somebody was supposed to spill coffee on him precisely at precisely a particular time. They said the physical work they do is like that. It's basically manipulating other people. Okay. So imagine yourself, say you walk into, especially if you're a targeted individual, say you go to a store. Okay. And some person come in the store and start screaming and yelling to the top of their lungs. Well, this is going to cause a distraction. Everybody's going to all of a sudden look to see where this noise is coming from. They do things like that. That's what they call physical. There's other things that they do physical, like, you know what I'm saying? The one lady, she was talking about, they went to, I believe she said Niagara Falls, somewhere in I think she said Canada, somewhere or whatever, but they shut off the power for a few minutes. She said it was only for a few minutes. They were supposed to do it for, but they shut off the power in the whole area for a few minutes. And it was supposed to cause this disruption, this, you know, to change this course of action of whatever was going on. This is what they do. The physical things that they do. And there's other physical things that they do as well. But the spiritual things, the things that they call spiritual, they don't like get into the spiritual things that they do, but it's I'm telling you now, it's tied into, it's chanting, it's conjuring, it's it's doing things on various different levels, okay, what they call spiritual, but it's actually quite sinister in nature, quite demonic in nature of what they do. Y'all have to watch this, okay, because there was a lot of shit that I found, okay, and this person, this Ray guy specifically, he completely denounces religion or Christianity, yet he says there's certain people in his group, like there's a rabbi that's in his group, there's certain people from different parts of the world who come from different you know, faith-based and different things like that, but he completely opposes Christianity and religion and different things like that or whatever, which he makes a point to say quite often or whatever. Yet at the same time, they use things like the Bible, like the Quran, and different things for different spells and curses and different things that they cast to conjure up certain things to get the power that they want. Okay, when they call themselves doing supposed spiritual things, that he calls it. Okay, y'all, he talks about a lot of shit. Okay, he even goes into these extraterrestrials, which he named 3 different types of extraterrestrials that nobody had ever heard before. And he completely interacts with them. Okay, he talks about how he's been on these spacecrafts. He's also talks about, and he got really upset when getting into abductions or whatever. And he was like, abductions is a negative word. He said the person doesn't know if we've taken them into the ship to experiment on it. And the only reason why we're doing it because there's something inside of them that is very like, you know, significant about them or special about them or whatever. It's still a fucking abduction, stupid. You don't have the right, whether a person know the fuck or not, to abduct them from their home in a spaceship or not, to fucking freely and willingly experiment on them. This is where them fucking crop circles come from. And every person that ever came out and said they were abducted by aliens, there's a lot of people who do fucking remember. And nobody fucking believes them. And everybody has called some people crazy when they had no fucking reason to lie. And this shit has been going on. He, matter of factly, gets a fucking attitude. He said, now, after they are taken up into the ship and experimented on, once they're there, if they decide they want to stay there, then they can stay. But I thought you just said that they don't even fucking know that they're there. So how would they then, when they get there, decide they want to fucking stay, stupid? That means they do know that they have been fucking taken and being experimented on or whatever else the fuck y'all do. Tell me, and if they want to go back, then we'll just take them back. He even goes into how they are able to basically like project themselves certain places, astral travel certain places. He said that he can go to a certain person's home and search their home without the person knowing that they are there. So now we're invading and violating constitutional rights. Whatever happened to illegal search and seizure with you and your fucked up ass secret society that you're a part of? You don't have, you're not righteous biblically nor legally to do any of the shit that you're doing. I don't give a damn what you call, where you from, or what set you claim. He said that they can invade and violate people's minds, dream states, and every fucking thing. This is shit that targeted individuals be trying to tell people that they are going through every fucking day. And this bastard literally exposed himself and their group for doing these very fucking things. Yet claimed to be righteous for the good of humanity. How? Somebody let me know. Okay. So the next thing I found problematic was, why do TLS think it's okay to, that's what I was just talking to you about. Why do TLS think it's okay to abduct human beings against their will for experimentation amongst these supposed extraterrestrials that they mix and mingle with? The other thing that I found significant, because whoever this Ray character is and like all the other members of the group, they're human. So I'm trying to see what the fuck sets them apart, makes them so special for the extraterrestrials to have confided in them to be a part of this fucking group. You understand what I'm saying? And they just running all over the world doing whatever the hell they want to do because they can do it. And you got these special fucking powers and shit, superpowers, like some of the powers that he claimed they have. The first thing that popped in my mind, X-Men. You remember how the mutants lived at like this almost like this special school or whatever, where everybody there had different fucking powers and different things like that. This is how he explains all the different powers they have. And they actually have places like that, y'all. There are actual people who have special powers like that. There's people who can bend metal. There's people who can move objects with just their energy, with their eyes. There's people who could do all type of things. Now, you know, they elaborated, you know, with the mutants or whatever, because one of them have Storm, she had you know, snow and different things or whatever, the weather and different things. One of them had fire power, like within the eyes or some type of shit like that. Like they all had different type of powers and different shit. Almost like, y'all remember Captain America? They had powers like that as well. Okay. So there are certain people in the world who are like really, really special and have these supernatural powers and abilities and different things or whatever. And this guy goes into talking, about, you know, some of, like, he don't like to talk too much about all the different powers and different things that they have or whatever, but that was one of the powers that he proclaimed to you know, well, they as a group proclaimed to have. The two main ones was telepathic communication and levitation. He boasted and bragged about that several different times. In, you know, these different disclosure segments, okay, interviews that he did, okay. Also, he said that they are the group who does weather modification, okay. This geo-engineered as weather that we be having. He said that they created this TLS group created tsunamis and fucking storms and shit. And y'all gotta think about this catastrophic ass fucking weather that be having, these fucking fires, forest fires, and all this other kind of shit. This is staged fucking events. This guy literally admitted that they are the group that causes these things. Do you know how many people die in that shit? Yet y'all are supposed to be a good fucking group. And you do this shit to cause a whole fucking distraction. Meanwhile, every time any of that shit go on, it's a whole bunch more kids that seemingly come up the fuck missing. It's a fucking distraction, because while the entire world is mourning, paying attention to this awful catastrophic event that is taking place, whether it be a fire, whether it be some type of, and they in the show they call it natural disaster. No, it's an unnatural disaster, because ain't shit natural the fuck about it. What's natural is what the creator caused the weather to be, not what no man-made ass motherfuckers that decide that they want to create what the fuck they want to create to make happen what they want to make the fuck happen. And the way he explains it is, oh, we would do these things because the psychopaths, the powers that be, they were planning to do something else catastrophic. So we just created another catastrophic ass fucking situation that killed people to block the psychopaths from doing what they wanted to do. Get the fuck out of here. Two wrongs don't make no fucking right. Who does he think he's talking to? Yeah, I'm actually awakened and spiritual too. And the shit he is saying is complete bullshit. And I'm tuned in and tapped in. He is a fucking mind manipulator. He said, I can hear in how he speak and the things that he's saying or whatever. This Jason Shirka guy, he thinks he's in control, but he's being mind fucked by this guy the entire time he's sitting up talking to him. And he's too ignorant to know that he had been initiated in this group. Otherwise, why would this prominent secret society feel comfortable with telling your ass any fucking thing? In one of the disclosure episodes, Ray goes on to tell the Jason Shirka, the host, that they were, what did he say? He tells him that he knew him from several hundred past lives ago. That they were like related or around each other, whatever the fuck he said. This is the type of shit that he comes up with. He goes into past lives and other dimensions and all this other shit. He is mind fucking this man. They are initiating this man. And he got dude under a whole spell. Why the fuck would you sit in front of someone that tells you that they have hypnosis capabilities, telepathic capabilities, and other type of fucking mind game ass capabilities, and you somehow think you covered, you special, that they ain't using none of this shit on you? They causing tsunamis and earthquakes and all kinds of shit. Modified weather. This TLS group is doing. They're also gang stalkers. They're also a gang stalking group. They are crisis actors. They are the ones who create these stage fucking events. Okay, the next problematic situation that I found is TLS are involved with manipulation, which I have already discussed with you. A lot of things that they do is a form of manipulation, control, suggestion through manipulation, okay? TLS are involved in manipulation, what they refer to as mind games, which is mind control, brainwashing, psychological operations, gaslighting, gang stalking, distractions, telepathic communications, chipping implantations, weather modifications, unnatural disasters, as I told you all, okay? This is a COINTELPRO type operations that they are part of: MK Ultra mind control, social engineering, human experimentations, remote neural monitoring, neurolinguistic programming, electromagnetic frequencies and pulses, which he talks about in these disclosures. I ain't making it up. I swear to God, y'all, you can get a 7-day free trial. Go and watch this shit. The interesting thing that I found is they're running commercials on YouTube. Like, this interview just came out. When I started watching this shit, this guy literally, these interviews were recorded in, I want to say 2001, sometime between 2020 and 2022. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because they're being aired, like the commercials are being aired on YouTube as if this is something that, like, it was just done, just came the fuck out. Which they do have some other stuff on there, like more recent. Like, they got something that's coming out, I feel like, I believe tomorrow or something that I received the email about or whatever. But yeah. Okay. So y'all definitely go and watch this. Okay. Problematic situation. The next problematic situation, TLS claims to do physical and spiritual operations. The physical supposed work is nothing more than staged events and purposeful distractions, and the spiritual supposed work is ritualistic practices, spell work, conjuring, energy manipulation, chanting, divination, magic, as well as demonic devices that they use, guys. Okay. The next problematic situation, TLS claims to have access and association with ETs, extraterrestrials, other planets, spaceships, and other dimensions, which he talks about in these disclosures as well. The next problematic situation, TLS invades and violates people's mind, body, soul, spirit, and privacy against their others' will. The next problematic situation, TLS pride themselves in telepathic communication and levitation mostly, even though they claim to have powers and abilities in various different areas. First of all, let's speak on levitation real quick, guys, okay? Understand that levitation is usually only accomplished and is possible by various different methods, okay? One of which is demonic possession, magic, spell work, ritualistic practices, conjuring of spirits, deep meditation, and psychedelic drug use is how most people are usually able to accomplish levitation. I literally have a deck that has a card in it that's called Right. It says Right, okay, which is subliminal for rituals. And the card says, it says Right, and then it says mysteries, magic, and something else, okay, guys? But in the center of that card is a circle of candles, and then there's a person, there's a woman, and she's levitating up off the ground. Most people who are able to levitate, they're into some type of ritualistic practices like that, okay? I would show you all this card, but I got my other background up, okay? Yeah, this card says Right, and then it says ceremonies, mystery, and magic, okay? I would show you all this card, but let me see if I can do it for you all, guys. Give me just a second here. Can you all see this card? Y'all see it? You see how this person is levitating? Can y'all see that? I'm trying to get it in front of the thing of my jig here. Can y'all see that? See how this person is levitating? And you see the candles there with the pentagram in the middle of the satanic candles here. Okay. So that's what's going on here, y'all. Hold on just a minute, guys. Let me get this fixed. Okay, guys. So hopefully y'all are able to see that. I have this other little filter thingy on or what have you. Okay, but I just wanted to show you all that, okay, because those are the most common ways that levitation is accomplished. You need to understand that there's some type of ceremony, ritualistic practices, magic, or divination, conjuring, demonic possession, or something that goes on. You remember all the Exorcist movies and different things when those people were possessed by those demons and how they were able to levitate and different things like that? You need to understand something else takes over the body for one to be able to levitate like that, okay? You ain't got people just, you know what I'm saying? Because you spiritual and awakened, you just around here floating in mid fucking air, talking about levitating and you got a special power. No, okay? You doing some sinister, demonic ass shit to have that ability. Okay? The other thing is, guys, the other problematic situation that I found is that TOS or certain members are not Christian, as well as they oppose religion, yet they use some of its practices for divination purposes, manipulation, meditation, as well as levitation or any other ill wills that they may have, guys. Okay, so these were the main points about this group that I found very, very disturbing. Okay, especially with a lot of different things that they do with the mind manipulation and an invasion and violations of different things or whatever, being a targeted individual myself, because this guy was explaining shit and I'm like, this is some of the same shit that targeted individuals all over the world has been saying that they experience and they go through. And so you now coming out saying that you are the fucking group that is responsible for this. And then I was so pissed off at Jason Shurka for not even being aware of this and asking real fucking questions to this individual and calling him the fuck out instead of trying to be buddy cool with him and shit. When you act like you're trying to be transparent and honest and give the people information and enlighten individuals and different things or what have you. But you're not asking him real shit. Okay, so I'm going to play this for you all, guys. I'm going to let you hear some of this. We're not going to get into every last one of these. Yeah, because see, the majority of these are like an hour and some long. I'm going to let you listen to Disclosure 1 is like an hour and 30 minutes long. Okay, but I just want you to hear what he goes into that this supposed group of his is a part of. And then I'm going to let you look at this woman. Her video was a little bit shorter. She's not into Disclosure 5 or what have you. And it's very interesting because on Disclosure 5, y'all remember when Beyonce wore that hat? I believe even Erykah Badu have worn a hat. I've seen her wear a hat like this, but it's a pretty big hat, but the flap of the hat, it kind of curves up, like it almost looked like a witch's hat. It's exactly what it looked like. It looked like a witch's hat. Beyonce wore this black hat when she did Formation. Okay, at the beginning of Formation, I believe she had that hat on. If that's the video if that's the right song that I'm thinking of, or what have you. I actually think that Erykah Badu's was just a little bit different. She may have worn a hat like that before. I believe I've seen her in a hat like that or whatever. But I'm gonna show it to you because when y'all see it, okay, and you only can see like a silhouette of her in this, I'm telling you, but this woman's voice is so, I don't forget a face and I don't forget a voice, okay? I know this woman. I've heard this woman's voice before, and that's another thing that about this group, because their members are all kinds of people, okay? They could be, they're all kinds of people, which he goes into talking about. So they could be like, you know, there could be celebrities in this group, he said. There could be, you know, random, you know, all kinds of people. Could be that are recruited into this group, okay? But you are like chosen by them, like they come seek you out one day, because this Black Widow chick, she ends up going into how she became to be a part of this group, okay? And she was like, she was watching the news one day and seen some woman on the news and decided that she wanted to help her. And then that's when she met Ray. All of a sudden he popped up like he was a damn angel or something. But she was like, oh, she had heard of him before and he was in the neighborhood before. So I'm like, if you heard of him before and he was in your neighborhood and you heard of him, then obviously this must be a pretty well-to-do area, you know, type of uppity type of area or something like that or whatever. Because, like, you know, who, like, it's weird, y'all. These people are freaking weird. It's a trip, okay? But listen to this, guys. Thus far, guys, this says on 9/9/2020 at 9 a.m. You see all the nines and nines turn to sixes, okay? Eastern Time, a document titled The Pyramid Code was shared with the masses. On 11/11/2021 at 11 a.m., you see the 11/11/11/11, okay? Again, the 6246, okay? A portion of a document titled Rays of Light was shared with the masses. Both of these documents were published by Jason Shirka on behalf of an anonymous man referred to as Ray, along with a very spiritually advanced undercover organization known as TLS, the light system. Yeah, that's what After 11 years of working undercover, Ray has agreed to appear on camera for the first time. After 11 years of working undercover, Ray has agreed to appear on camera for the first time on a voice continent of a voice change in a dark setting to preserve his identity. Throughout this interview, Ray answers questions regarding the knowledge and information he has been privileged to receive, along with many incredible events he has experienced firsthand throughout his time working with CLS. It says you may realize that some of what Ray says is not being spoken in proper English. This is because Ray is a foreigner. Throughout this interview, you will hear a lot of things that may sound unbelievable. The intention of the video you are about to watch is not to convince you one way or another, but simply to share vital information with humanity in order to raise our collective level of awareness. What you choose to do with this information is up to you and your own free will. Please note that due to Ray's insistence on remaining anonymous, the voice you are going to hear throughout this interview is not his voice, since he did not want even a small chance of his identity being revealed. These are his wishes, and it is what I do, is what I had to do in order to be able to share this interview with you. I truly hope that one day Ray will finally come forward and reveal his identity so he can move forward with his destiny by spreading more awareness to humanity. Until then, I will do what I can do. I will do what I can to continue sharing vital information while simultaneously respecting Ray's wishes. This says, this is where the disclaimer is: the rights to this interview belong to all of humanity. Feel free to download and share this interview on any and all of your platforms and or channels. Permission to record and share this interview has been granted by TLS.
Hello, everybody. Today we have a very interesting and different interview with a man who I've been speaking about for quite some time now. The man who wrote the Pyramid Code, the man who documented Rays of Light, the man who brought me into the world that I'm in today in regards to TLS, that organization, otherwise known as the Light System, who we will be speaking about today. That man, my dear friend Ray, is sitting right in front of me. Ray, thank you so much for being here and allowing us to have your time.
You're welcome.
I'd like to first start by asking why it was so hard to get you on camera. And even with that, we had to change your voice and you didn't want to reveal your identity.
Well, I'm a very private man. I don't like to do anything in public. Plus, the nature of my work forced me to hide my identity.
When you say the nature of your work, what's interesting about you, and you can touch up on this, is you pretty much live a double life. There's one life in the public of what everybody knows you as, and there's another life has to do with an organization that you work with pretty closely, doing a lot of behind the scenes. Can you touch up on what that's all about for anybody who doesn't know?
Well, yes, it is a double life. Up to 2010, I was living a pretty normal life. And then TLS entered my life. There's someone that I met who slowly put me through the process. And once you deal with TLS, everything is basically very secretive. You cannot identify yourself or anybody else from the organization, or anybody else except the people in the organization.
Can you explain a little bit more about what TLS is and what they do from your firsthand experience of working with them?
TLS is an organization that has been in existence now for many years, thousands of years, and it's right now there are about 7,000 members worldwide. There are chapters, offices, if you want to call them. They refer to it as chapter instead of offices in basically major cities around the world. There's a manager for every city, and there are managers on top of the managers. They do work that is physical and spiritual at the same time. Some members are doing the spiritual work. Some members are doing the physical, and some members sometimes doing both. They're capable of doing both.
Can you give some examples of what physical work would look like versus what spiritual work would look like?
Physical work would be into somehow going to someone's office, for example, a private office or public office, and basically try to grab some paperwork, important paperwork from his computer, from his desk, while keeping him busy doing something else and basically taking the material away. You can call it stealing if you want. Spiritual work is it's more of a, you can call it mind games, for example, changing somebody's perception about life, changing someone's opinion.
You said that mind games, changing someone's
certain
perception and
subjects,
opinion.
such as politicians, and doing spiritual work on them. In most cases, they don't know what you're doing to them. And it all depends on the nature of the mission that you have at any given time. So this could be done in the middle of New York City. It could be done in the mountains in Utah. It could be done anywhere, depending on the mission. You have short missions, long missions.
What side of the organization would you consider yourself? More on the physical side, more on the spiritual side, or both?
I'm more spiritual. I'm still spiritual, although sometimes I'll do physical work. But usually it's with other people.
Are there any examples you can give of the spiritual side of the work that you've done in the past?
No, I can't talk about that.
Overall, if you could sort of summarize the intention of TLS as a whole in terms of everything that they do, physical, spiritual, all the operations, what are they aiming for? What's their purpose?
It's a good question. ask myself the same question over and over again, because sometimes I don't even understand the mission that I'm about to do. Sometimes I don't understand what is the target. They're not always telling me.
What is
Sometimes I just go do something as I'm told, and I get out. Not always do I know what is the purpose, but overall they are looking to fix things around the universe. It's about helping humanity.
They're not helping humanity. You're manipulating humanity.
Helping the world in general. I can tell you they are a very nonviolent group.
That's a lie.
And they don't like to use force, although they can. Force is not being used. They like to use, as I said before, I call them mind games.
That is
change things. As long as you're allowed. You're not always allowed to change things on your own. Change things through the human spirit, the human mind, and so forth.
Do you know what the rules are in terms of being allowed to do something and not being allowed to do something?
Yeah, but it's very complicated. I don't know if I can even summarize something like this in such a short discussion. You are not allowed to interfere with someone's destiny. In 90% of the cases, that means, for example, it happened to me a lot, that I saw someone in danger, and I knew I could help him, and I wanted to help him, and I'd get him out of the danger zone, so-called. And no, they told me no. You leave him alone, he has to do this, you can't do that. On the other hand, many times it happened when I saw evildoers, I would call them, in my eyes, are criminals, who I know what they did. And when I wanted to stop them from doing something or punish them for what they did, because obviously the police aren't going to do anything, I was not allowed to do that either. And criminals could be an ex-Nazi, or it could be some pedophile. It could be... Things don't make sense to me till today. I don't understand the rule. I try to follow them to the max. I'll be honest with you, and I'll tell you that not always I followed the rules. I did break the rules, and I did. I did pay a price for it when I did not follow the rules.
You say you broke the rules. Can you elaborate on what that means?
I did things that I was not allowed to do within an organization because I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. I believe I have a conflict with the organization where I believe in more action and more, sometimes to even use force when it's necessary. For a good cause, of course. And they are more laid back. Force is not something that they want to be dealing with. And unless they really, really, really perceive it as we don't have a choice, which again, and I have a conflict with it. I have a personal conflict with it. Maybe because I'm not an official member of the community of the organization. So, I don't know everything. They're not telling me everything which I can understand. But things don't make sense to me in many, many missions. But I do them anyway.
You've told me many times that TLS has wanted to initiate you and you chose not to. Can you elaborate on why you made that choice?
I'm still a family man. I'm still...
That's total bullshit. If he's a part of the organization, he's been initiated. Period.
To become a member will change everything, not only for me, but for my entire family and I. I don't feel ready. My family is definitely not ready. Most of the people who are close to me don't even know what's going on. So yeah, I didn't think it was a proper thing for me.
So he's saying his whole family would have to die for him to be
especially
on a
where I
higher
had so many
level
disagreements and conflicts
initiated into the group.
between my way of doing things and their way of doing things.
Does that sound like a good group to you? A
They
good
like to do more
organization?
teamwork. I like to operate on my own, and it causes friction within me and my superiors.
One question I wanted to ask you in regards to you not necessarily understanding how they call the shot, what the so-called rules are. Who does make that decision on what would interfere with somebody's destiny and whatnot? Because you sound more of like a soldier.
Yes.
Where is the commander? Who is the commander? Is it a human? Is it in a higher realm? How do those things work?
No, it is a human. There was a rabbi that you know about. Rabbi Aleph Aleph AA, we call him. He's one of the main guys. Underneath him, there are many, many managers throughout the world. My direct manager, or boss or supervisor, she's someone over here in New York, and I answer to her directly, and I take orders from her directly. And she's making decisions with the help of the rabbi. There are other people like the rabbi. They're humans, but they're, in my eyes, are superhuman. They have natural abilities to do things that me and you cannot even understand. And I've seen things with my own eyes that I'm still shocked till today, and there's a few more like the rabbi. I don't know how many around the world, but I know there are others, and there are very, very unique people with special supernatural abilities.
You know how many people like that still exist on Earth in the 400, 500, 600-year-old realm in a physical form?
There are others who are older. I know of another guy who was 646 years, if I'm not mistaken. Still alive, still functioning, but if you see them, you're going to see a normal person. An old person, not super old, but old. In good shape. That's what you're going to see. You're going to say it's an old man in a good shape, very good shape, as a matter of fact.
What kind of abilities have you seen them do that you call comprehensible to the normal common man?
I can't discuss much. I can tell you levitation. They can go underwater for many, many, many hours without breathing, and they have the ability to communicate with other ETs, we call them. And they speak many, many languages, including languages of other entities in the world, physical entities. We call them ETs. They're coming from different places in the world, and that's all about I can do at the moment.
Have you ever accessed any of those supernatural abilities, levitation?
I was given the ability, well, I was taught first. Given the ability, it can be taken away from me at any given time. And yes, but it's not something you do for fun. You do it for a specific mission.
What situation would levitation be necessary?
I can't discuss that.
But have you used it in an operation in the past?
Yes.
When it comes to extraterrestrial life that you brought up, I know a lot of people are looking forward to some form of disclosure. And many times there's this idea of false hope. You know, recently the government said there's going to be big disclosure. Nothing really happened. Have you ever had personal experiences with physical extraterrestrial beings?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on what that means, what your experience was like?
Well, would you like to know? Be more specific.
Let's start with TLS. Does TLS and extraterrestrial beings work together? And if so, in what way?
Yes, they do. Our people will go to their continent, if you want to call it that.
Planet.
Planet. Some of them call it continent. I don't know why, but they use the word continent rather than planet. It doesn't make a difference. The meaning is the same, and the people will come here on Earth and become part of society here through training, of course.
What would be the purpose of that so-called assimilation?
They use them for work here because they have very, very supernatural abilities. Such as, I know it's going to sound weird, but they actually create nuclear power from their hands and legs. There's something in their body that gives them this energy. It's like an eel, you know? He kills his prey by sending 600,000 volts into his brain and he kills him. That's how he kills him. So they have more than 600,000, but it's more like a nuclear power, I'd say. They could be extremely dangerous at times to others.
How many extraterrestrial races, physically speaking, have you been in contact with through TLS?
Well, I don't remember. I would say about 5, 6.
We've spoken in the past and you told me about 3. And if I remember off the top of my head, it was Nashia, Sia, and Konon. Can you speak about those and maybe elaborate on the others you've come in contact with as well?
There are others that I cannot mention names. The one I did mention to you that you just mentioned. And what can I say? And Sia are more human-like. They're just very tall.
Can you explain their physical characteristics for Sia for a moment?
They look very tall, Europeans, big bones. And they have their own language. They can also communicate by telepathy, but they do have their own language. All of them have their own language, and they're very advanced technologically, but very simple life. At this planet, meaning could be they sleep on the floor. They walk barefoot most of the time, unless they need to put protection on their legs for certain reasons. And their clothes are very simple. And what else? Like I said, they're very tall. The men and women, they live much longer than us. And Sia, very dry base. As a matter of fact, it's a problem they have now. They're losing a lot of the population due to lack of water. Water is a major problem in the last 100 to 200 years for them. It's hot. They are Europeans who happen to be dark.
Now, guys, that was one thing that I found very interesting that he said. He's talking about this one extraterrestrial that he has met and interacted with, and their planet, it's very dry, or what have you. But remind you, this is the same person who said, oh, they have all of these capabilities. And, you know, later you're going to hear him talk about how they can modify the weather and all this other kind of stuff. So if you've got all of these powers, why don't you have the power to create water where you are? He says water is one of their main problems, that they have a lack of water. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because, like, if you have power and ability to make all of these other things happen, how come you cannot produce water? Okay, when water is like everywhere. You understand what I'm saying? And water is a life force in itself. Like, nothing can grow without water. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, it makes no sense. I found that to be very interesting. I'm like, they have all these powers and all these abilities, and they can do this, that, and the other, and the third, and they can manipulate things that have to do with human beings, but they can't produce water for themselves. It's absurd. It's really absurd to me.
Have a tan all the time and blonde hair, light color eyes, blue, green, stuff like that.
And he says this terrestrial in particular, they look European.
And
do they look alike for the most part, or is there diversity?
They look like a family. They all look very similar, European in nature.
Are there any other races that live on their planet with them?
There are humans who are there. That's part of the... They become like them. You can't come there and stay with the human body. They train you to change. You gotta know how to eat their food. You gotta slowly get used to their way of life. Same thing when they come to Earth. It's the same thing. It's a process, a very long process, and they train them how to... When I was there, I couldn't be there with my own body. They giving someone else's body. How they do it, I don't know, but my body wasn't up there. I was there, but not my body.
You've spoken about physical crafts that you've been on.
Yes.
Can you speak about those in terms of your travel?
Well, there's many different crafts. All kinds of sizes and shapes. The colors are basically black, silver, and white, mostly silver. You don't see colors like red and yellow and stuff like that. And like I said, different shapes. Some of them have windows, some of them have digital windows, which is, you think it's a window, but it's really like a TV screen, very advanced TV screen. Nothing like I've ever seen before. And there's a captain of every ship. And the crew could be anywhere between 3 to 30 people, depending on the size of the craft. And
what are the different sizes you've seen and been on?
Well, it can go from...
Now, real quick, guys, what I found interesting about this is what, speaking of how things are manipulated, if you all are listening to me now, if you listen to me often, the other day, like last week sometime, I did a video and I ended up speaking to you all about something that I was able to foresee. I've been able to foresee for a long time, even before I had my awakening when I was around 30. There's something that shifts in the mind, the body, something between like, for some people who start early, like mine started like around 25, but like the actual awakening didn't happen until I was like 30. There's something that happens like around that time where people who are going to have an awakening have this massive awakening. Anyway, so I've had this vision about a spacecraft, and I've told you all before, but I don't speak about a whole lot about it just because the simple fact, like I always tell y'all all, it bothers me because I don't know who has it, whether humans have it, a foreign country has it, extraterrestrial have it, or whatever. All I know is that this spacecraft can go invisible. I literally see the entire spacecraft, like it can make itself visible, but it can completely go invisible and not be seen at all. And it can also go like undetected. Even when it's like invisible, you can't even detect that it's in your airspace or whatever. And so it bothered me for so long, for a while, that I didn't want to speak about it because I'm like, you know, well, if we have this type of spacecraft or something for like war purposes or something like that or whatever, I don't want to speak about it because, you know, somebody else from somewhere else could get some type of ideas and create this or whatever. But I'm starting to think, but it's interesting because the people, I actually can see people going in and out of it and like on it or whatever, but I can't make out their faces, but I can see that these people are like enclosed. Okay. And I also can see that it's hidden somewhere. I don't know if this is underground or something, but it do seem like it's in some type of building where I see the people at, and it gives me almost like an Area 51 type of feeling, like how they would have things hidden, you know, within some type of domain or building or something like that. I don't know who has the spacecraft, but the day after I said that on one of my videos, all of a sudden I started seeing repetitive commercials about this unified TV. And on the commercials, it shows you clips of these interviews here that he's having about this disclosure interview. And then there's another one that he do called the Pyramid Code, where he goes into talk about a lot of different spiritual things, about the pyramids, about other gods, like all this other kind of stuff or what have you. So I found that to be very, very interesting because it's literally how I came across it. So I ended up speaking about that spacecraft that can go invisible and can be completely undetected. And then all of a sudden I see commercials about this unified TV and then this mysterious person that's talking all about this type of stuff. And I'm like, this is very interesting. And he's talking about these other extraterrestrials and the spacecrafts they have and different things like that or whatever. It's just these people manipulate technology on so many levels. They have so many capabilities and powers to the likes of which y'all couldn't even fathom. Y'all don't even understand. The majority of you think you are in control of your own mind and your own life, and you're being manipulated every single day without even knowing it. Okay, from like everything, from the things you like to eat, the things you like to drink, to the people you like to screw, to your sexuality in general, to all kinds of things. Your whole mindset, okay, is literally being manipulated, okay, and controlled and altered. And this, because these people got demonic devices, it's because they got they doing all kind of spell work. They got demonic devices. They got other forms of technology, artificial intelligence, all kinds of shit that they are just mind fucking everybody, okay, and to destroy humanity and planet Earth in general. But it's just completely amazing to me, guys. So I just wanted to say that real quick as he's talking about these spacecrafts or whatever. I thought about that because it was after I shared that with you all that all of a sudden I began to see the interviews about this, and then just so happened he ends up speaking about something like about these spacecrafts and things that I was just talking about, that I literally had a vision about, like, when I was way younger. I was like, when I first had a vision about this spacecraft, I wasn't nowhere near awakened, but I've always been highly intuitive and empathic and still had my other qualities and abilities and different things or whatever. I've been able to foresee things since I was a kid or whatever. So, you know, I just kind of paid it no mind. Like, some things I see just has to do with like inventions, like of like certain things. It might be a new device or a phone. It might be something as simple as like a car or like a piece of machinery, like nothing that's like, you know, oh my God, destructive, going to destroy humanity. But like, it could be like new invention type of stuff or whatever. But this was one of those things that I've always been able to see. And I'm like, I didn't speak on it because I'm like, I don't know who has this shit, but I do know that like this could be dangerous if ever used in war, considering the fact that you can literally go to anybody's airspace and it not be detected. But anyway, guys.
From small to small, I mean, could be the yacht.
How many feet?
75. Imagine a 75-foot yacht. That's as small as they get, and they could be like two or three football fields in size. So the bigger the craft, the more crew members on the craft.
When you had the experience of going onto these crafts, first of all, how many experiences have you had on a physical craft, and where do you take off from?
You're asking how many times I've been on a flight? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, physically with your body.
Physically with my body, and my memory served me right about 8-9 times. Not a lot.
Do you have one experience over another that really stood out of what happened on that craft?
I can't discuss the details. That's too much information.
What does the inside of the craft generally look like from the ones that you've been on?
It's been extremely advanced. Some of them have digital buttons. Some of them have screens. Some have windows. Some have buttons. Actual physical buttons. And a lot of them are being used with the captain's hands, or the captain might have magnets in his hands and start moving stuff with his hands. And I know you could move it physically with the natural energy that it has, or you could use your own body energy, meaning the power of thought, and you can move a spaceship. Obviously, I do not know how to do it, but I've seen it done. And I got a few tips from the rabbi, because every time I went, it was with him, and he was teaching me stuff while everything was a learning experience. You don't go because you want to have fun. It's not where you go on vacation somewhere. It's all about a learning experience, something you need to learn. I have a deep inside of you and use it in the missions that they're giving you, or other missions in the future.
What type of places have you taken off from? Is there something here in New York, New Jersey, Florida?
It could be many places. As long as there is a field, it could be done anywhere. Usually they have fields that they use on a regular basis. They don't like to go to new places without doing their homework at first and doing preparation in advance, but usually in one place. Here in New York, no. But in New Jersey, yes, there's one regular place that I visited a few times, and I didn't always fly. I was part of a team that just showed up to the place. But not every time I flew. Again, my experience with it is very limited because it wasn't my thing to do. It was a small part. It was more of the beginning when I started, and the last time I was on the spaceship was maybe 2014. I haven't done any since then.
When you take off, is it a quick takeoff, something slow, and how does nobody see?
First of all, it could be quick, it could be slow, depending on the plans or what the captain is doing with the ship at the time. And there is a magnetic field. It's like a shield that surrounds the ship, or the entire field that you basically, if you're going to be on the road, looking on the field, you might see fumes, but you're not going to see a structure, you're not going to see humans, you're going to see fumes. You're going to get fumes are coming off the ground. It looks like fumes. When you look straight at it, you're going to see, you know, when you look on a hot day very far away and you see like fumes coming out of the road.
It's like when it's wavy.
It's wavy. That's what you're going to see, and you're going to think it's, you know, or it could be on a snowy day. You're going to see the same fumes. That's what it looked like for a regular person that comes from outside. Usually it's not that exposed. And if somebody ends up being there, usually the security that will stop him somehow from going further. And it did happen. That security not always could get every angle of the field and went through. But in most cases they don't see it, and if they see, no one believes them anyway.
Are these fields privately owned or are they public land?
In most cases it's public land.
Does the government have any idea that this is going on?
All governments know what's going on. They don't know about the details that I'm talking about, but they know. And there's communication. There's talk among the people. But yeah, the big politicians, the important politicians know what's going on. I don't know to what degree, but they know.
Would you say that those big politicians or individuals, government on a wide level, know about, let's say, the existence of TLS as an organization, what they do and how they do it?
I don't know if they're aware of the name TLS, but they know there are certain organizations that work in this type of field, yes. And for example, the rabbi I was a witness at a meeting he had. He didn't come as the rabbi, but he had an actual meeting in Washington with the president at the time. I just don't want to mention the year, but he had meetings. How does he change his ID, his identity, and he meets the president? He can meet people in NASA. I met people from NASA. Certain people from NASA are part of TLS, important people from NASA. One of them even mentioned in the book Rays of Light, which is not published yet. There's a whole conversation with him, the operations, work that has done with him that I happen to do with him personally. So yeah, they could be in Hollywood, they could be in NASA, they could be in government. I don't know everybody I met with, whoever I met, so I know, but they're all over the place.
When it comes to NASA for a second, a lot of people that have very controversial opinions because they believe that NASA is on the dark side and lying to us about many things. One thing being the shape of Earth. And there's a whole movement going around right now of this idea of flat Earth. Now, being that you have actually been out of Earth's atmosphere with crafts, have you had the opportunity to actually look out of a window and experience the shape itself? And if so, what did you see?
Well, first of all, about NASA. NASA is a government agency, so my advice to everyone, don't trust any government agency, including NASA. And I had the privilege of being with someone within NASA. Within NASA that happens to be very famous. I'm not going to give his name. Very famous. A great individual who happens to work on the TLS side. To tell you that NASA is an agency you could trust, no. I'm sure they're corrupt like every other governmental agency. I don't trust any of them. I would never trust any of them. And what was the second question? I'm sorry.
In terms of the actual shape of Earth, when we had the so-called moon landing, a lot of people say, well, no, it was all fake, it was a Hollywood production. That might be so, I have no idea. But when it comes to the actual shape of Earth, what was your experience if you had the privilege and opportunity of looking out the window on your way out?
No, this is the one thing NASA is not lying about. It's not. I don't like to use the word conspiracy theories, but it's nonsense. It's not flat and it's not fake. And although many other things within government are, but we're not going to get into it now.
So here he stops to explain. This says, I am aware that some believe that the Earth is flat through proven models from credible individuals. In addition to seeing the shape of Earth from space, Ray has been to both the North and South Pole and has confirmed that the flat Earth model is ludicrous. Please note that Ray is simply sharing his personal experiences and firsthand observations. I encourage you to use your own discernment.
The speed at which you left planet Earth, how fast are we talking?
I have no clue. I can tell you it's extremely fast, but first of all, for a person like me to be on a spaceship, I can't just walk on a ship. I've got to drink something in most cases, something that tastes really bad. I don't know what's in there, but I know it's all natural herbs. I don't know where they get them from, but I have to drink before or depending on the spaceship, or travel that you're doing, the location you're going to. Sometimes you have to put a suit on to protect your body from the pressure.
Is the concoction that you would drink being done to protect you from atmospheric conditions?
Yes. And from getting sick. Although this concoction made me nauseous, most of the time, for days after, even when I come back, I was still feeling nauseous for a few days. But eventually you get used to it.
How long would you have to drink it for before the actual spaceship experience?
My very, very first time to have this crazy travel, I had to drink it for about a month to get my body ready for travel. And it wasn't pleasant, but I did it, and it's why there was 2 nights I remember that I did it with the suit. The rest was out.
Back to the actual speed at which you left, how were you able to observe planet Earth from outside if you moved away from it so quickly? What was your experience looking out those windows?
So it's very interesting when you, let's say you're looking through the window so you can feel the speed, and you know you're flying because you feel pressure, certain pressure. In most cases, the captain will tell you to sit. You could stand, but you have to be strapped. They don't have to. I guess they're used to it. They're not strapped. Only newcomers are being strapped. And looking through a window, you know, you're moving extremely fast, but your perception, you're moving very slow. So I see things through the window that's moving extremely slow. How does it happen? I don't know, but they're changing your perception of time. And so again, when you look through a window, you move very slow, but you know that you're moving very fast. And you're seeing many things throughout. Flight could take anywhere between 5-10 minutes to 20-30. They don't need a lot of time, to our understanding of time, to get places.
What types of distances are we speaking here?
Millions and billions of light years away. We're talking outside of what we know of the universe. Totally outside. Now, those certain things could be done with the physical body. Combination of soul and body.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
You could do as a human being, once you learn the system, exactly what the spaceship is doing without the spaceship.
With your physical body flying that way, you're saying?
With physical body, obviously takes a lot of drinking and training. And...
drinking the concoction?
Yes. And... you could do it without your body. They call it out-of-body experience. And you get to many places very fast. And again, I'm trying to emphasize what I'm saying. It's not like you're dreaming. You're not dreaming. You're actually doing something and you're getting places. And when you're getting to places and you need a physical body, don't ask me how the rabbi did. But there was always a body for me to borrow. So I'm one of them. We were one of them. In Sia, for example, first time we arrived, I was given a body. The rabbi walked normally. And people knew him. They greeted him. And you could see the love. Excellent relationship is like, you see, they love him, they admire him. But he walked around like a normal guy from Earth, and he was making fun of me because he saw that I'm in shock. It was a fun experience. Very interesting experience in Sia. But yeah, I think I spent there. First time I was there, I spent like 3 days.
3 days according to Earth time?
Yes.
What is that translated into time and how it works on that planet?
I can't even begin to explain. I don't know how to explain it.
That 3-day period.
First of all, they don't have time. It's always sunny.
On Sia?
On Sia, there are 3 suns, there are no moons. There's no moon. It's always hot, always sunny, sometimes less sunny, sometimes more sunny, but it's always sunny.
There are clouds?
Very few. Like I said, they have a rain problem. They have a water problem.
You've explained, and I know you can't go too in depth in details on this one, but even in Rays of Light, it talks about a funeral that you attended in Sia.
Yes.
Can you speak about the way that these extraterrestrial beings on Sia perceive death? Is it over here where you wear black and it's sad, everybody's crying, or do they see it differently?
No, they see it very differently. For them, it's a celebration to celebrate life. They know that this entity who happens to pass away, if you want to call it like that, is being reincarnated to something else. What? Nobody knows, but for them, it's a celebration of life, that this entity is moving to somewhere else. For them, it's always a better place. They see it as a positive, not as a negative move. So yeah, so they have a ceremony. Nobody is crying, but they have some, I think it was prayers. And I would say some type of singing, which is very weird to us. But overall, it was a positive experience, not negative. It wasn't sad. There was no sadness. They expressed themselves with a lot of love. It's not so much laughing or crying. It's for them, it's love. It's giving love. And you could see it. I saw the way they were speaking to the rabbi, and it was a different experience. It's something you see on Earth.
Do they bury the body like here on Earth?
Sometimes they bury, sometimes they cremate. Sometimes, if there is a body of water, they let it float on water depending on the way. I think the request of the deceased person
And is it like over here how we have families, mother, father, children?
Yes.
Okay. Back to the other two races. We spoke about Sia. There's also Nashia and Konum from our conversations as well. Can you explain more about your experiences with these other extraterrestrial beings?
Well, Nashia, for example, they have a lot of fruits grow there. It's very green. There are no vegetables as opposed in Sia, it's more of a vegetable type of food. Needless to say, they're all vegans. They don't eat animals. There are no animals. It's them in nature. So Sia has vegetables. They have more fruits that are very green, very large amounts of water. But interestingly enough, their buildings were advanced, meaning similar to ours, like 2, 3, some are even 4 floors. All buildings are in white color, and they live very short lives compared to Sia and compared to us.
Can you give an example?
If I remember correctly, I think their, according to our time, is 15 years, where Sia used to be 360 average, 350 to 80, and due to lack of water, and now they're come down to 180 to 200, and most of them die before 180 now.
On Sia?
On Sia.
On Shia, when you say buildings that are advanced, are there any skyscrapers?
No.
What would be the tallest building you've seen?
4 floors.
And what do they do in these buildings? Are they homes, offices? What's the society like?
Both.
Do they work?
They work.
What types of jobs are we?
I don't know, I'm not sure, but they're living a normal life. They are known to have a very, very short memory. They are short people physically. Very short. Big bones. Dark skin. They have no nose. They have 2 holes so they look like humans. But far from being human. They, unlike Sia, where it's like, actually humans to me, they look like humans, but I cannot define them as humans. And Konum is a totally different world. It's like, I don't even know how to explain it even. First of all, my experience with an entity from Konum was in New York. And he was with his original body and face.
What did he look like?
This small curled up dolphin. He was very scared, I guess. He just arrived. I was in a specific hotel under a mission. I showed up. Other people were there, my boss was there, and I got close out of curiosity. And for some reason I wanted to touch him, I guess. Not to harm him, of course, but when I got close to him, and I put my hand, he perceived it as me trying to harm him or attack him. So he attacked me, he almost killed me.
How?
He shocked the hell out of me.
Radiation.
I don't know what was that, but it was like a bomb exploded within my body. I was knocked out and they had to work on me in emergency. They injected me with something directly into my heart. Like stabbed me into it. Everything was done very fast. I was like almost gone. And half an hour later, I was picked up by my wife and another friend, a TLS friend. And I was taken to, basically my shirt was bloody from the dope, I guess. And obviously my wife was scared, but I told her everything was okay. I was very weak. And yeah, but by the next morning I was fine. Lots of pain, but I was fine. So I guess they gave me something to help me as he radiated me. That would be the right word. I don't know till today. But he was like a nuclear generator within his body. I happened to learn about him already because we got closer within the years. We got closer. We worked together. I spent time with him. I saw his transformation. He became, today he's a regular human. You're gonna see him He has a human name, and he talks. He talks English with an English accent, and it's interesting. He went through the process. He eats our food, and they taught him everything. He dresses with a suit. He looks like a gentleman from England. That's what he looks like today.
When you say he changed his form, are we talking like the idea of shape-shifting?
No, not in this case. They don't do shape-shifting, not him anyway. How does he transform his body? I don't know. It's a process that they do. I was not in the training when they do it to him, but first of all, he had to learn how to eat. And then there's something, I don't know, it's not in my field. But no, he's not a shapeshifter. No, not in case.
Can you speak about your experiences of the holographic forms that they go through?
Complicated question. Again, I cannot tell you the process because I was not in the process. Just people I know, entities I know. And within time, suddenly I see how they change form, and I meet them the next time, and suddenly you see a human that is transparent. You understand what I mean by transparent?
You could see through it.
Yeah, but you see a human.
Can you put your hand through the human?
Yes, which is weird. But they talk to you. They talk to you in English. They will even drink.
How does the water stay in their body?
I had no clue. I don't know. But I know the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, I was scared. It's scary. The first time you see those things, even though I was in a big group of people and the rabbi was there, it was like a nice happening that happened to the organization. And when I said there were two of them and I saw them, I was like, you know, you go into shock because you say, well, maybe you're on something. And I don't drink. I don't touch anything. I'm very clean all my life. And suddenly you see these people. And yeah, but when you get to know them, you don't pay attention anymore. And eventually they become human-like, like body and bones and skin and whatever.
Once they finish the process of that so-called transparent holographic form and be the physical dense form, once again, the new body, so-called, number one, are they taking over a body or are they changing the form of their own body?
I'm not sure, but I think they're changing the form of their own body. But it's the process that takes time. How long? About a year.
Understood. And once they go through that year process, are they able to change instantaneously?
Yes, they can change into a holographic being. They can change to the original form because a lot of times they go visit, they go back to their life, their families, back on their planet or on their continents. So when they go back with the original body. They don't go as humans.
So what would be the difference between that longer form of, I guess we can call it shapeshift, based on them taking on a new form over a period of time versus instantaneous shapeshifting? What's the difference between the two processes?
Shapeshifting is different. Shapeshifting is done within seconds, less than a second.
Have you seen that done before?
Yes.
Can you explain what you've seen?
I don't do that. I'm not capable of doing it. Yeah, I know one person who does it in the organization. Again, first time I saw it, I got extremely scared. It's very scary. You don't understand what's going on. Yeah, a human can shapeshift to another human, another animal, depending on what is the purpose of the mission. And first time it was done to me, it was done in a press setting, in a hotel room, and just to show me what's happening is like to teach me, like, don't be scared, this is what's being done. So it was part of showing me the process. But still, even though you understand they're telling you what's going on, when it happens, first time, you're like almost collapsing from fear. It's very scary to change because it's like a second or two.
Are these human beings that are able to shift their form?
In this specific case, I'm talking this specific person, yes. Are there entities, ETs, who can do that? I don't know. I'm sure they can. If humans can do it, I'm sure they can do it. They're much more advanced than us.
The instantaneous form that you're speaking of?
Yes. But not shapeshifting. It's not something everybody can do. It's not something I can sit and teach you how to do. You will not be, you have to be born with the certain traits, certain qualities to be able to do that. For example, the rabbi could have done anything he wanted. Can't do shapeshifting. But the person I'm talking about, she could.
And when it comes to the holographic transformation, can any do that, or do you have to be born with something?
The only holographic I saw, it was on ETs, so I cannot tell you about humans. I don't know. It was ETs who became holographic, who became humans later. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
When it comes to extraterrestrial life, there's been, and there still is, a lot of thought in regards to these beings as evil, here to hurt us, here to kill us. They bring up the idea of reptilians and a lot of other races that are, they call them like fallen angels, part of the devil, evil. Have you ever experienced, other than that threatening experience with the individual from Konon because he perceived as a threat, have you ever been afraid and had a reason to be afraid when you were in contact with these extraterrestrials in an evil way?
There's no such a thing. This is all nonsense. Stories that you hear on TV or whatever. There's no such thing.
He's lying.
There is no
there's
evil.
No such thing.
They are not evil. They don't
because
know
there's
what
no
evil
such thing
is.
as evil. This
I
guy
would
knows
even
he's lying.
describe them as being extremely naive.
He started telling blatant lies, okay? You all can read that if you want to. It goes into shapeshifters and reptilians and different things like that. But this guy started telling blatant lies because he keeps trying to make it seem like the group that he's a part of, the secret society that he's a part of, they're good. There's nothing evil. There's nothing wicked. So anything like that or whatever. And even when he do get to talking about certain things, he calls them the psychopaths and different things like that. But you clearly heard him say that he's worked with certain one of these people. He's been around certain of these people, intermingled with certain of these people, and, you know, and all kinds of shit. So, like, you're a part of them. This says that there are most definitely dark forces and energies that are at play here on Earth. They're pushing the issue that the extraterrestrials is not the enemy, not the bad ones. It's the person.
Yeah, I was
power
because
on Earth.
I thought I'm doing something bad to him. He hurt himself. It was my mistake. Shouldn't have done it. I just decided because I'm curious to go and have a conversation with him or talk to him. You know, I saw him as an animal, not as an entity. For me, it was an animal, a weird animal, and I was curious. I went to basically, and he attacked me. But do they have the power to attack? Yeah. Are they attacking? No, absolutely not.
That's a lie. He attacked him. Of course they will attack.
They do not have wars. There is no violence. There's only self-defense, just like...
How can you say there was no violence when he almost died from being attacked by one of these things?
This is only, unfortunately, on our planet.
What would your response be to individuals who say that they've had firsthand experiences with the reptilians who are drinking blood, extraterrestrial beings who are coming to kill you and eat you?
No such a thing.
Do you think that those people are just lying?
Not necessarily, because there are humans who do that.
There are cannibals here on this earth.
Disguise of a reptilian, and they, on drugs, they can put you under the influence of drugs, and you are going to believe the story. I'm not telling you that they're lying, but it's either they're lying or somebody's lying to them, and it's a mind game, and there are a lot. Unfortunately, there are a lot of evildoers in this world. That's part of my disagreement with TLS, like how they allow things such as And while they do a lot of things like helping kids, I've been on missions underground with helping kids. We're talking about thousands and thousands of kids, but they don't seem to finish the job. And there are more kids, and there are more evildoers, and you need to take care of them. And the only way to take care of them, in my book, to use violence, unfortunately. I'm not a violent person, but when you need to use violence, you've got to use violence in order to
the government or the truth about the
tunnel. And sometimes the US did use weapons or violence or stuff like that, but very rarely.
Traffic them.
So you've shared many times, and I've shared on your behalf, and in some ways on behalf of the organization as a whole, regarding certain operations that were done specifically throughout the year of 2020 with underground tunnels and elaborate underground tunnel system run by very evil people, and many operations and missions having to do with rescuing or freeing children, as you like to say. A lot of people believe that the entities, the individuals who are operating in these underground tunnels are extraterrestrials who are very evil, doing terrible things to the human race. And you've been there many times, or you've been there a few times. Can you explain your experience down there, what it looks like, and if you've seen extraterrestrials or beings of other form down there at any point?
Was underground harboring children.
There are no
the evil doers on this earth.
This is, again, stories from the media, maybe. No, doesn't exist. It's unfortunately humans, evil humans, who are doing a lot of evil things. The children are only part of the issue. And yes, some were killed on our side. On their side. And thank God it was more on their side than our side.
Did you hear him just say, admit to some of those children are killed by them?
It was extremely dangerous. Those tunnels are protected with crazy technology.
He said some of them are killed on our side, which means the group that he's a part of killed some of the children. And he said, but thankfully, the majority of them are killed on their side. So you have admitted that this group that you claim is good, and they're talking about rescuing the children. They're not rescued. You're not helping them. You don't send them back home. You don't make the masses aware of what's really going on down here. The evil, wicked humans who are in power, in authority, who are ruling this underground operation with these millions of children down here. Y'all go down here freely and willingly. You abduct these children. You traffic them elsewhere. You just admitted to killing some of them, even though the majority of them are killed by others of them. You understand what I'm saying? This is what I was talking to y'all about. This is the problem that I have. This is what I wanted y'all to hear. The reason why I wanted y'all to hear this first disclosure, and then y'all gonna have to go and subscribe to Unified TV and watch the rest of the disclosures, because like I said, it's like a total of 6 of them or what have you. After this, I'm gonna let y'all listen to the Black Widow person. That one is kind of short, not that long or whatever, and then we're gonna wrap this up. But this is the bullshit that I want you to hear.
By those evildoers, and you have to go with special shoes and special equipment. We did succeed in removing many children. I'm not going to tell you the numbers. I'm talking a huge number, and it was done all over the world. I was more involved in the New York section of the job, but it was down in Australia, all over. Those tunnels are all over the world for many years. Governments know about it. Governments know who the evildoers are. The evildoers are basically the people running the show. We do not have governments. This is all puppets, and I'm hoping that something good will happen soon, and somebody will be able to come and get rid of those people for good. And we can live in a new democracy, because right now there is no democracy. We are all sort of slaves in the system that we don't even understand. And children are being hurt. Money's being stolen from very naive people, such as myself and you. Also, it's like they're basically running every part of our world. If it's the media, if it's the army, if anything you can think of, And I'm hoping that something soon will happen. And when Corona started, I was hopeful, and I saw it as an opportunity for someone to rise up. We need a good, strong leader who knows how to play the game. And and again, in my opinion, you got to deal. You answer fire with fire, not with flowers. And I'm hoping this leader will come soon, because we lost democracy a long time ago. It's not now. Democracy is gone. Slavery is very much in. People think slavery was abolished. No, it wasn't abolished. It's just character. So we're going to think we live in a democracy. We're being poisoned systematically through our food, through our water, through the air, through the medicine that they are giving you. And as I said, I'm hoping for a true leader to rise up soon and lead us out of this mess.
More philosophical question for you first. You and I disagree in many cases on how to deal with the situation. TLS disagrees with you all.
Yes.
In regards to, you believe that violence is necessary in many cases, and TLS says in some cases they will take down certain organizations and do their best without using force whenever they can not use force. But in most cases, from my understanding, they focus on awakening the people to stop this from happening further down the line. So my question to you is, you're saying you believe that you have to fight fire with fire.
The interesting thing here is Ray is going to get into talking about how he wants to go and kill, what he calls the psychopaths, the satanic powers that be, and those of them who are the highest in power, who are doing all these evil, awful things, or what have you. But this group that he's a part of, the secret society that he's a part of, they won't do so, which lets you further know that they're more so a part of them than anything. Because if you're not willing to eliminate the root of the problems that is going on, the problem is going to continue. So what are you really doing? Whatever it is that you claim to be doing is going to be never ending. Just like the problem in itself is going to be never ending. Okay. And unfortunately, this is where a lot of people kind of are really brainwashed and dumbed down, because y'all have been, you're under mind control, believing that you are in this wonderful, beautiful place. You're living your best life as long as you got money in your pocket and you're screwing who you want to screw, and you got money in the bank, and you got a nice car and a nice home, and you can go on vacations and you can party and kick it and hang out and go to bars and clubs and whatever it is fun that you like to do, vacation and taking trips and all this other kind of stuff. You assume that you're living a good life. If you got a good job, you got an education, if you got a degree, some people don't, whatever, you assume that you're living a good life or your best life, when you're literally surrounded by evil. You're surrounded by wickedness every single day. And what people are blinded to, what most people are afraid of the most, is death. And no one should fear death, okay? Because when we ascend from this world, it's going to be the greatest thing that ever freaking happened, because you're surrounded by evil and wickedness right here, hell right here on earth. But sadly, what people have a blind eye to, close their eyes to, is the fact that there's something very catastrophic that has got to happen here on earth that completely wipes out everything in its entirety here on this earth, including the wickedness in high places. And a lot of people are afraid of that, because that means there's going to be a lot of freaking casualties amongst even regular, everyday, average Joe people like you or I. But it's matter of factly what has to happen. There's always a great end. There has to be a great end. Okay. There has to be an end for there to be a new beginning. And no matter what stories you go and look into, whether it's the Bible or whether you look into any other stories or book, there was some kind of catastrophic end, great end, before there was some type of new beginning. But the thing is, with every ending and new beginning that there has been, the new beginning just ended up being worse than what once was. Why? Because you didn't nip, you didn't eliminate the root of the problem. Planet Earth ain't gonna go anywhere, but everything on planet Earth can and will one day be destroyed to create a new. And that's what a lot of people shy away from, don't want to pay any attention to. Okay, a lot of people, they're afraid of two things. One, being without. All this materialistic bullshit they tell you that you have to have that makes you somebody in this Western society in which we live in. All your trinkets, all your goodies, all your incentives, everything that you think make you somebody. And death. That's what y'all fear of losing the most. Your fear of losing life and your fear of losing material fucking possessions. Y'all care about muscles and flat stomachs and fat asses and full lips and long hair and lashes and all this other kind of shit. And screwing the person with the fattest wallet and having the most money and the nicest car and the nicest home and furs and minks and all kinds of unnecessary ass bullshit is what y'all think makes you some damn body. And you're literally being entertained and distracted for you not to pay attention to what's actually going on in this damn world. You're surrounded by wickedness, evil, corruption every single freaking day. Every day. And nobody pays attention to this shit. And this is what he's going to go into talking about or whatever, because this group that he's a part of, he's going to say that, even though supposedly the things they're doing is supposed to be of good and they're working against the establishment, yet they work with the establishment and the establishment know about them. He contradicts himself a lot. Ray, he's at odds with the group that he's a part of, the secret society that he's a part of, because some of these people he wants to outright kill. And they won't allow him to. Okay? Why? Why would you not? If they're awful, if they're evil, if they're wicked, if they're the root of the problem, you have to ask yourself, why would you not? And this is not me condoning, but because nobody has the right to determine who lives and who dies and who snuffs out somebody else's life. This is just as bad as those of them who are high in power wanting to lower the population and eliminate a lot of us, okay? Because they feel like they're the only ones that should exist and we shouldn't be nothing but they're slaves and only a few of us should be here. You know what I'm saying? They didn't create planet Earth. They didn't create the fuck humanity, yet they are here calling themselves running, ruling, controlling everything. So yeah, I got a problem with the shit too. You understand? I don't understand where they get their mindset from and who the fuck died and left their ass in charge to run, rule, and control everything. But it is what it is. And it's what we're faced with every single damn day. But the wicked of them, Ray wants to eliminate. The group that he's a part of, the secret society that he's a part of, don't want to do so. They just want to go on and continue changing things and manipulating things and playing the little mind games and altering things and changing things and falsifying things and switching up things in conjunction with the evil. You're just as bad as them. You're working in conjunction with them. You understand what I'm saying? Because just for example, this is what TLS do. Say on any level, okay? So say the satanic powers that be, they're planning to set off some type of biochemical weapon or some type of nuclear weapon in a particular area that's supposed to, say, kill a bunch of people. TLS secret society group, they'll know about this, find out about this, and what they'll do is say, geoengineer somewhere to modify the weather or do anything going to take some type of documentation, information, go to alter something, change something to prevent that event from happening. But they're really manipulating a situation to change a course of events. But they, in turn, they are also creating an event that could be just as catastrophic as well. It may have prevented, say, this nuclear, say if the powers that be wanted to set off some nuclear weapon or something. I'm just like overly exaggerating right now, okay? But for example, say they were planning to set off some type of nuclear weapon on a specific day in a specific place at a specific time. TLS decides that they're going to have some type of catastrophic earthquake to take place on the same day, same area, same time. It would eliminate the satanic powers that be from doing what they want to do. But that event that they created is also going to fucking kill people. It's also going to displace people, destroy people's homes, destroy people's livelihood and different things like that. So you are doing this and thinking you are doing something good, but you are still causing, you understand that you're still causing hell and havoc for people, maybe not on a scale, on a level that say the satanic powers that be was planning to do, but you understand what I'm saying? And then on some missions, you're working hand in hand with them. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. It's like saying, I'm not a satanic seller. I ain't sold my soul. And I ain't signed no contract, and I ain't took no oath, but I'm gonna sacrifice my my mama so I can get this fame and fortune, this position, title, and role. I'm gonna go to the I'm gonna allow them to initiate, make me initiated witch, and I'm gonna go to the to be a part of this witch coven and do the satanic rituals and different things. But I ain't no sellout. Bullshit. Yes, the fuck you are. You're part of the same thing. That makes sense. It does not make sense. It's just like saying, oh, I'm a part of this group, and I know somebody that's a part of that group. As a matter of fact, I was over their house before. I've been to their offices before. They was over here. I was with them. Somebody saying, I was with them when they went and abducted these children and took them on the ground. And whatever else, however else they used them or abused them and did this and the other. But I ain't a part of that. But you don't do anything to stop them. But you don't even expose the fact that they have done this. You might as well be doing what they're doing. You know it's being done. You was there. That don't make sense. According to the law, you would be an accessory after the fucking fact. Give somebody a ride to the bank and they decide to go in there and rob the damn bank, and you try to get away, car, help them get the fuck away. Guess what? When your ass get caught, you're going to be charged the fuck too with robbing the goddamn bank because you're an accessory after the motherfucking fact. It doesn't make sense. You can work with the enemy sometime, but then when you don't, you a part of the good group. You're a part of the savior group. And you just want to destroy and eliminate all of the ones that you don't like. But the ones that you do mix and mingle with, you'll work with them. Get the fuck out of here. That don't even make logical sense. This is the position this dude is in. This is literally what he is saying. I'm just giving y'all examples. It's stupid. It's idiotic. It's mind over matter. You got to be able to use your own mind and think about the fuck shit that he's fucking saying. It does not make sense.
And the way that I personally see it is that can only take you so far, because sure, you can take out certain people in power doing terrible things, but what would stop them from being replaced? And in my eyes, it's if the masses don't change, if the people don't become more aware to what's going on in the world, then that will continue happening. And you could take out and execute whoever you want. It's not going to help you. So what's your stance on that alternative view? of this situation?
I'm a believer in awareness. I'm not against it. I think what you're doing is great work. What TLS does is great work. I'm not against it, but I'm saying in addition to awareness, you've got to protect the masses, people, the children. They don't know what's going on. And in order to do it, sometimes I'm not saying, you know, you've got to do certain type of violence. When I say violence, by the way, I don't mean that I'm going to take a gun and go on a mission. You don't have to use bombs and guns to complete this mission. There is what I call spiritual violence. I know it's hard to understand what I'm talking about, but I'm not talking... I never talked about taking guns and go and kill somebody. That I think is... No, I'm talking about that. But you are...
What he calls spiritual ain't the fuck spiritual. It's mind control manipulation is what they call spiritual. He wants to use whatever powers and abilities he claimed to have to be able to invade and violate these people's mind and say it's the same thing as if, say you make a person have a mental breakdown and in turn force them to suicide. Then you eliminate your problem and you're at a distance. You acting as if your hands are clean. You act like you ain't got nothing to do with nothing. This is what he calls spiritual. That shit ain't spiritual. It's fucking manipulation, and it's being done to targeted individuals every fucking day. This is the type of, this is what he wants to do when in the terms of what he calls, you know, eliminating, you know, whatever, whoever he deemed as the enemy, which is very interesting because it's like he wants to work with some and he wants to eliminate some. Like you can't have it both fucking ways. That's basically what he's talking about. Everything that you hear him talk about spiritual, it ain't the fuck spiritual. He don't even believe in God. What spirit? What are you talking about? Spiritual? It's not spiritual. Manipulation and mind control ain't got shit to do with spirituality. What's spiritual about what you doing? Conjuring up some shit to mentally, emotionally, psychologically fuck with a person is not spiritual. That's what he's talking about doing, y'all.
You can eliminate people, the evildoers, without guns. The system exists. The technique exists. I'm aware of it. I've done it.
Yeah, because he's doing it on targeted individuals.
If I get a team of 10 people from TLS and I spoke about it many times to the organization, I could, in a very short time, this world can be changed to, yeah, are going to be, you want to call it eliminated or die? Yes, but I don't see a problem with that.
You're talking about the evil individuals in power that are doing what they're doing to children, to the masses.
He's talking about anybody he dislikes. He's just calling them the evil doers.
Elaborate? Are you talking about
who's to say who all he determines as the evil fucking doers? You understand what I'm saying? But this is what I told y'all before is being used. This is exactly how you can take a person who has been heterosexual all their life. They have liked nothing but the opposite sex. And all of a sudden, out the blue, they gay. All of a sudden, out the blue, they want to completely change their fucking sex. It's mind control that they are using to alter people's feelings and emotions and thoughts and way of being and way of life. It's the same shit that the government is fucking using with every fucking thing that they force down your throat. I wrote a poem about it and they started fucking targeting me right after. I talked about the 7 deadly sins. Okay? A lot of people were so excited. And I was somebody that was a part of the LGBT community. So when I speak about this, I'm not speaking about it in dislike of anybody who lives the lifestyle. But so many people were so happy to, oh, you've been able to love who you want to love and screw who you want to screw. They didn't have shit to do with it. You understand what I'm saying? That when they passed gay marriage, they didn't do so for the likes of you. because they cared about you and your life and your feelings and what you wanted and fucking desired. You know why? Because at the same time, they sabotaged and ruined other people's lives. Do you not remember the woman who worked at the fucking marriage office license place? That they fired that woman. That woman's at that job 15, 20 years. Fired that woman because she refused to give out marriage licenses to certain fucking people. But this is the way of life that it had been all the way up till then. Now all of a sudden, you're going to make her out to be wrong and this woman loses her job and her benefits and every fucking thing for the likes of what somebody else wants to fucking do. That at one point in time, you had a problem with. But because of the fact that this is what they want to push on other people, it had nothing to do with giving you something that you wanted. You've been able to do what you wanted to do, like who you want to like, have the feelings that you wanted to have. And after it, the majority of y'all didn't even get married to your partners or any fucking thing. This was to open the doorway for everything else. That's why when they passed bestiality, okay, when they pass legal fucking incest and shit, y'all better shut your fucking mouths. You ain't gonna have a fucking leg to stand on about shit because all them people gonna say, we got rights too. Well, if the gays got rights and the heterosexuals got rights and everybody else, you understand what I'm saying? We love our animals. We would never hurt our animals. I want to marry my animal. Those are the incest been going on. Been going on. It's always been frowned the fuck upon. It's always been a deep, dark secret and shit. But legal, consensual, they're going to legalize that shit. And they're going to call it consensual incest. And guess what? Y'all ain't going to have a leg to stand on to speak up the fuck against it. Okay? And they're going to dismantle the fucking churches. They ain't going to have a damn leg to stand on either. Why? Because they sold that long the fuck time ago. They been in the powers that be fucking pocket. There ain't gonna be no fucking religion in a minute. There ain't gonna be no churches. You watch what I tell you. And it ain't got nothing to do with your personal beliefs and what you believe in. But these individual buildings where y'all can congregate and all this other kind of shit, ain't gonna be none of that. Ain't gonna be none of that in your new world order. With your one world government and your one religion. And everything. They're going to dismantle the church. That's the reason why they putting these churches and these pastors on blast every fucking day about they low down dirty do-ins and they sneaky freaky creepy shit that they got going on behind the scenes. I ain't speaking about this and hate or dislike of anybody in particular. I'm telling you what the fuck it is, what's right in your damn face while you entertained and fucking distracted on something else thinking you living your best fucking life when this evil wicked shit is all around you every fucking day. I've been told y'all they are using fucking all kinds of directed energy weapons, artificial intelligence, illegal technology, electromagnetic frequencies and pulses and all kinds of shit to alter people's minds, to people's lives and every fucking thing. I'm telling you, this is how I know serial killers are fucking made. They are made. They are homegrown, bred, and fed. This is how you can trigger a woman to kill all of her babies. This is how you can trigger anybody to annihilate their entire fucking family, bruh. This is how you can trigger a person to get up and be a lone wolf shooter and go shoot up some darn school or movie theater or something, or get in their vehicle and mow down a crowd of people. They're under fucking mind control. They have been manipulated, bruh. This dude is talking about this shit. This is why I'm exposing this shit to you all. You got to listen to the words that come out of people's mouths, bruh.
Using a heart attack, or what are you talking about?
I can't talk to you about the technique, but I can tell you when I'm saying violence or use the word violence. You're talking about guns and bombs. No, I need 10 people for my mission. I worked out a plan on my own. I presented it to my superiors. I was rejected.
Why?
No, I don't get it. I don't know. That's part of my problem with the organization having, especially with the past 2 years. What's happening around the world, and I see all the misery and the evil that's going on, and nobody does anything. Yeah, they did some missions that took some kids out. A lot of kids out, and they did change things in the world, in certain places of the world. Not in every place. But there are in They have an opinion of there is a process that needs to take place. We can interfere, but sometimes they do interfere. That's what I don't. Either you don't interfere at all, or you interfere all the time. You can't. But I don't understand the system of decision making right now. I don't get it. I never did. And I've been doing this for 11 years now.
Do you believe it has anything to do with not infringing on the free will of people?
Probably. It makes sense, but the evildoers are doing the exact same thing. So how do you want to win if you're not going to strike back? That I'm trying to say. Nobody has free will today. About anything. If you think about it, you have to pay taxes, or you're going to jail. You're going to take a vaccine, or you can't go to a restaurant. You have to vaccinate your children with all kinds of drugs, and they cannot go to school. There is no freedom. It's a form of slavery. You got to put a mask on in most places in the world. That's a form of slavery. They know masks don't work. It's not that they don't know, they know. It's like ridiculous, but it's a form of slavery. It's like, when they're putting a mask on you, you are the slave. You're going to shut the hell up. You're going to talk when we tell you to talk. And the world is not going to a place right now unless something is going to happen soon.
When it comes to TLS, there's a lot of, if I would call them like crazy things that are really going on in the world that even when you bring up, there are many skeptics out there. The majority of the world will not believe what we're speaking about here.
Of course.
Maybe the people that are listening to this may. The majority of humanity, I know you believe, is not ready for this information. Why do you think that's the case?
Because they cannot comprehend this material. First of all, 99.9% are non-believers, unless you're going to give them an actual proof. And even if you give them a proof, they'll say, there's a trick here, there's some magic. So yeah, I was totally non-believer when it started. When I started with this, I didn't even understand what the hell is going on. I didn't believe in any of those things, but the world is not ready. Unfortunately, most of humanity are dumb, in my opinion. But I think it will change. I'm pretty sure it will change. Knowledge, the information I have and I've received, I think I talked to you about it before, is from now, we have about 170 years left, max, for this nirvana to come. It could be faster. I'm not a guy with a lot of patience. I don't want to wait 170 years. I want it to happen in my lifetime, and I'm not getting any younger. So, it will happen soon. And the world needs help. Hopefully, it will be done soon.
Do you believe that probability-wise, it will happen in your lifetime?
In my lifetime, no. In your lifetime, yes.
We both know TLS has the ability to physically show certain things to the world. Extraterrestrial beings, the ability to shapeshift, levitation, and many other things. Free energy, incredible technology. Why are they not putting that out right now?
Now, that's something else that he talked about, that it is absolutely free. Like, the government is forcing us to pay to live. The only place that we were dumped in, the only place that we know that we can live and survive, we literally have to pay to be here. You cannot own anything, or anything that you do own. You literally have to pay the government yearly for owning it. It doesn't matter if it's a car, a boat, an RV, a motorcycle, a house, anything. You have to pay them to own it. Forget how much it costs for you to even buy it, to own it in the first place, but you have to pay them not one time, but yearly, every year of your fucking life, which means you end up paying more. You end up paying double for the item that you paid to own to the government just to have it. We're paying for things that should be free. Why? Because it's here in the world free. Energy is here. We shouldn't be paying for electricity. We should not be paying for water. We're surrounded by water. 70%. Why the fuck are we paying for water? Why are we paying for electricity? Okay? They didn't found it a damn thing, or rather invent a damn thing. They didn't invent electricity. They found it, and they figured out how to use it. They figured out where it was at and how to use it, and then they figured out how to charge you the fuck for it. Okay, so we ain't free. No goddamn where. We're being fucked over every damn day. You're being charged for shit that should be free, like electricity. And then not only do you have to pay that bill, but they charge you for paying that bill. How many of you all have to pay? This is a surcharge just for you to make a payment on your fucking bill. You got $100 bill, but then you got to pay an extra $3 damn just to pay that $100 damn bill. It's ridiculous. You're paying for taxes for shit that shouldn't be. Taxes are illegal. But because the whole world can't get on one accord, but you can't imprison everybody. It's stupid. It's idiotic. They do. All they do is enslave and imprison people. But if the entire world was to stand up and say, no, you know what? No, we're not going to do this. Guess what? You can't imprison billions of people. It wouldn't be shit that they could fucking do about it, if you think about it. But you can't get everybody all over the world on one accord to fucking stand up, rise up like that and do that. So y'all are, in fact, everybody is in fact enslaved. Y'all just free slaves now. Y'all are willing slaves, rather. They feed you bullshit. You land of the free and home of the brave. That's bullshit. Land of the slaves, home of the snakes. This is the world that we live in. He do make a few points, solid points, that is truth and clarity. But when he get into this little TLS group that he's a part of and the shit that they do, he contradicts himself. But he say frequently he kind of at odds with the group. And talking about he's thinking about getting out the group. I'm sorry, with the things that they do on the level that they do it, I don't even think, I believe they would kill him. The day he wanted to decide to get out, he know too much about the damn group and what they do. They wouldn't just allow him to get out the group. He could go and tell anybody about the group and completely expose every freaking thing. They would kill him. This supposed non-violent group that he's a part of. But you'll hear him say there's certain things that he has done and that the group didn't agree with him doing, and he was punished for it. So that means you do have this is a violent fucking group. Who the fuck are they? They punish any fucking body for doing any damn thing. What, you did something because they did? What are you, a fucking child? Because they didn't give you permission to do it. You punished by them for doing it. It's stupid. So you are a part of a violent group. He keeps trying to stress the fact that this is a non-violent group that do good things and great works and all this other kind of shit, but they are in fact violent. There's several different things that he makes mention of that's in fact violent. I believe he just pushed that issue just because of the simple fact that they're allowing him to speak about what he's speaking about. I hope it's on this one. This one is getting ready to end, but I hope he gets into where he tells you that he's got a chip in him. He's got an implanted chip in him, and that the TLS group, they are listening to them right now. They hear everything that's going on. They see everything that's going on. They send him messages to his mind, communicate with him telepathically in real fucking time. He's going to tell you this. This is the exact same thing that targeted individuals have been telling people for the fucking longest that nobody is fucking believing. This guy is telling you that he's a part of a group that does this. This shit crazy, bro.
This is not a magic show. Come, I'll show you what I can do. You can believe me. I think the day will come that such as the rabbi, will rise up. He will show himself. He will show his abilities. I don't know how, but he'll show. And this particular person can become a leader, take over. And look, I do believe in one world, one government, for the right reasons. I think we will have one world, one king or one minister, one president. Call it whatever you want. There will be no more army. You don't need an army. There will be no wars. There will be no borders. Everybody will be as one. You might need a police force to control domestic troubles, but the economy is going to shift to a better place.
That's a lie.
There will be transparency.
A lot of people have to be destroyed for that to happen.
Everything will be a much better place.
A lot of people that ain't gonna go for that shit.
Will it happen? I'm sure it will. Through my experience with TLS, yeah, I'm sure it will happen. Will it happen before 170 years? I'd like to believe so.
Right now, a lot of people, when they hear one world government, they think about New World Order, the Illuminati, the Cabal, all these very evil things. How does what you just said differ from what they're trying to do?
They want to do it in order to control the masses, to make you a slave, take over your belongings, take over your money, and get rid of banking. Changing the economy, and basically make you into a slave so they can be in power. I'm not talking about a world like this. I'm talking about a world that everybody is one. Everybody has the same rights. Everybody could be rich or not rich. It's up to him. It's his decision. Free choice. Anybody can decide if he wants to take the vaccine or not vaccine. Everybody can decide what religion he wants to follow. If religion will even exist, I think religion will be abolished eventually. In order for my type of world to happen, religion has to be dismantled. And it will be. It would be maybe one religion. Call it love. Call it whatever you want. But it'll be one. So, be one world. One government. One king. One prime minister. Whatever you want to call it. And yeah, all you need is a small police force for just domestic problems. That's it.
So here, Jason just kind of breaks down what Ray was talking about all of that, what he was just explaining. Okay, guys, this is almost over with. Okay. Just another 20-some minutes or so. And then we're not going to go through all of this because, like I said, all of these disclosures about an hour and something long. Disclosure 2 is like 2 hours and something long. So y'all definitely go and watch those, okay?
In a situation like that, I was the biggest concern is what happens if that one prime minister, one king, one government becomes corrupt like we experience in the world today.
This is why you have a democracy. You're not appointing him for life. There is a government in place, that government of the people, for the people, the way it was intended to be, not like what's happening today. You understand? Today, everybody does whatever he wants to do. Nobody cares about the small person. The average citizen is suffering. He's being robbed blind. Don't even know it.
So in other words, this can only really happen when we collectively raise our awareness to one of more unity, caring, and loving for others as well.
Absolutely. And it will happen.
Is this how the extraterrestrial planets live their life, those beings? Is this how they live their life on the planets you've been to?
Absolutely.
Can you explain a little bit what that, do they don't have an army? Do they have a police force? Do they have a government?
There's no army. There's no wars. Cannot be war. Even though there are different planets they can travel from to another. Are there troubles there? Like I told you in Sia, they have water issues, so they have a problem of surviving right now. So they have their own technique to get water. How long it's going to last? I don't know, but it's definitely an issue. But wars? No. There's no such thing as wars. They don't know what wars are. All of them are very calm. They're living, I would say, almost stress-free. They're all vegans. There's no such thing as animals to eat. They don't exist. And I'm waiting for this one world government. Yes, but the way I described it, not the way they're planning to do today.
When do you believe humanity here on Earth will be able or be willing to receive the information that you're sharing here with us with open arms?
Unfortunately, I think that something tragic needs to happen in this world. It might be war. I don't know what. And that will bring a lot of bloodshed. And I think only then, after a heavy body count, people will start opening their eyes. And at the same time, I'm hoping for this leader to show up and start taking over. And it could be done. It will be done. I know it will be done. I just don't know when. And I don't have the patience to wait. I want to do, I think today I could. I want to do it next week if I can, and I know it can be done. It is a fight. It's not going to be pleasant. But it will be better than what we are experiencing today.
When do you feel that full disclosure will occur with not just extraterrestrial life, but also with everything that you just spoke about on the collective level?
When will it happen? You want me to give you a timeline?
I know you can't say for sure. Do you think that there will be a massive change in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years?
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. Although I know it can be done. I'm sure it can be done, but nobody likes my way of doing things. So I can't do it on my own. I need a team to deal with it. So the way we're going today, I think we're going to have to go through a hard process. We're already in it. To my opinion, we are in a third world war. Nobody's paying attention even. We are at war. People are going to die. People are going to get sick. But I don't think that in the next few years will be Nirvana. No. Nirvana will take more time, unfortunately. Although somebody can wake up tomorrow and say, okay, let's do it. It could be done in a very, very short time. This world could be in a totally different place within 30 days. Totally different place.
You have information in your hands and a lot of power, in my opinion, to make a change. But you still choose not to because of two reasons from my understanding. Number one, you don't feel people are ready. And number two, you don't want to disclose your identity for your own privacy concerns. When speaking about the magnitude of what you just spoke about, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but why do you feel like privacy is more important than the potential to make even a little bit of a change to make it happen in your lifetime?
Because I don't feel I have to reveal my private life in order to make it happen. It has nothing to do with it. You're talking about the book. That's what you're talking about.
I'm talking about rays of light. I'm talking about certain experiences that you've had that you're allowed to share. I know that. And you don't want to because you're afraid that people may look at you differently.
Not only that, I told you this before, TLS from day one pushed me to release the book. I'm against it for a few reasons. Number one, as you said, I have a lot of private things that I'm going to keep private. I don't see any reason for the world needing to know about my private life. That's one. Number two, I have to protect my children, my family, my good friends.
That's something else real quick, guys, that I found very stupid. This guy has wrote an entire book that is called The Rays of Light. That has all this information in it, and he's only let certain people read this book. But everything he's talking about that he don't want to disclose, he disclosed in this book. But you don't want, and even the group that he's a part of told him to go ahead and publish the damn book, but he refused to publish the book. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What was the point of you writing the damn book then? It doesn't make sense. What was the point in writing a book and letting selective individuals read the manuscript of the book, but then you don't want to put the book out publicly to the masses. Like, it doesn't make sense.
There is a lot of people who are named in this book that I have to conceal their names. And let's assume tomorrow I will give all this up. Say, you know what? Let's put it out there. TLS is not willing to give the code. Without the code, what is the purpose of the book? You can read it all you want. When you read it, you see a story. When I read it, there is no story. I see the codes. I can build something out of it. You can't. So why give the people something that they cannot really comprehend fully? Yeah, I'm sure they would love the book, every person.
That's an excuse.
And there's not too many of them. Every person that's had the privilege of reading this book, it was an experience. They all said, without knowing the code, they said, well, it was an unbelievable experience. It's a learning experience. It's a life experience. Everybody, okay, enjoyed it. And everybody learned something from it. But once you have the code, which is a very simple code, you need to be taught the code. You're going to read it differently. Your understanding will be different. Major world secrets will come out to you. And something like, if you have no idea what's going on, suddenly you see, wow, I see.
He's so full of it. Because if the book has information and, informative, information that people need, who gives a damn if a person have a specific code? People don't have codes of the damn Bible and read it every damn day. Okay. Until they're able, you have people who can figure out codes. Okay. Who can break certain codes, who can, you know what I'm saying? Him talking about codes is nothing more than codes is pretty much broken down to like certain signs, symbolisms. This could be certain sequences of numbers, letters, shapes, just depends on what's in the book exactly to create a code that has a different meaning. It's basically a message within a message. It's a which language. You have to put it the fuck out for a person to figure out the fucking code. You don't have, that's just like that's like a teacher giving you a test and giving you the answers at the same damn time. It's stupid. The shit that this guy says makes absolutely no damn sense. You've written a book. You've allowed other people to read it. As you even said, those with the code and without the code, the group that you are with have pushed you to publish the fucking book. But you're saying you don't want to publish the damn book. Like, it's dumb shit. So why even mention it? Why? It doesn't make sense, but it's supposed to be jam-packed with a lot of information that people need to know and people can use and different things like that or what have you. Another thing is, one of the persons that I know he subliminally talks about that you all may have caught earlier is Elon Musk. I believe this guy has had direct communication and collaboration with Elon Musk, okay? Not to necessarily say that Elon Musk has anything to do with any of this stuff or this group. He could not be or whatever, but a matter of factly, no, especially way back when he was talking about different things at NASA or NASA Insider and different things like that or what have you. Or whatever. I specifically know he was talking about Elon Musk or what have you. But there's plenty of other very wealthy, elite individuals, persons, high-ranking in power and all this other kind of shit that he mix and mingle with that clearly knows him and knows who he is. You understand what I'm saying? So he's rubbing shoulders with people who are very wealthy, elite as individuals. Okay. So he's on some fuckery. Okay. I can poke all kind of holes in the areas where it's bullshit with him. I can clearly define that shit. It's dumb.
See it differently now. So again, my problem with TLS, you're pushing me to release the book. Okay, let's assume I'm agreeing. Okay, maybe we could do a compromise and I hide the names like I did with you not too long ago. So I'll hide the names, okay? But the real essence of this book is the code, and they are not willing to release it. They're not saying never, saying not now. So when you're ready, they will release it. Why release it now and give the code in 10 years?
So why the fuck talk about the book now?
20 or 100 years, I don't know what they're planning to do. Now, forget Raise a Light. There's other materials there that you are not aware of, that I know about them. Great information that can go very well with Rays of Light. There is a specific book that will be ready to come out very soon. I wrote it myself. There's a part of it. It's in my writing. Information I had to put in. I was asked to work with a group of people. They are not willing to release it.
You just said that it was coming out very soon.
Coming out to TLS. I would be able to maybe read it, not you, your viewers. They're not going to release it, so why do you want to release my information and not your information, which is part of me also? I happen to be part of it. Again, there are so many secrets. I have no clue. I don't know not. I don't know. Look, don't misunderstand me. It's a great organization. They have done and they're doing many, many great things. It's just these small things that drive me crazy every time. I have a great relationship with the organization. I love them all. I would give my life for these people. But I make the rules, so I gotta go with the flow. Whoever makes the rules has to make a decision, and it's not happening.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe there's a disclosure process in order to not hurt people or not give too much too soon to create chaos? And maybe they're saying, put out the book in its entirety, and something that you as Ray cannot necessarily foresee will come to fruition. In other words, have you learned to trust the system and work with it, or are you not there yet?
It's not that I don't trust the system. I can't say that because I've seen what they're capable of doing. It's just, I don't think enough has been done. They have the power to do more. They are a very unique organization with a lot of power, with people with a lot of power. They do things in every level in this world, in this universe, but they choose not to. The main reason that I'm always being told, you cannot interfere with the process of destiny.
Maybe the codes at this point would interfere with the process of destiny. Have you thought about that?
For sure, but it will change the world.
But you're changing the world inorganically.
No, I'm just giving you the secrets that only a few know. And there are more secrets that I don't know that they can give you also. So why not bring it to a better world?
Because you just said that if you reveal certain secrets at the wrong time, it'd be infringing on somebody's free will. And maybe the process of putting the book in the way that it needs to be put out without the codes would be one step closer to getting the codes, to allow all of us as a human race and as life to go through this process organically instead of forcefully by giving us something that we didn't work to achieve.
No, it will not change somebody's free will. It will cause somebody to rethink their choices. That's different. I'm not changing your freedom to choose. I'm giving you an opportunity. I said, before you make a decision, before you make a choice, read this. There's much more to this world than what you think. After you've read it, whatever you choose, I'm with you. Of course, they would choose, because the book with the code will change them forever. But that's the idea. It's a good thing, it's not negative.
There's one portion in the text itself that was just released in the world, where the rabbi said something to you, and I'm going to paraphrase it. He said, if I gave you all the secrets to the universe without you working to receive those secrets and you working to get what you're receiving, then your choice will no longer be a free choice, it will be a biased choice.
Yes, and I agree.
I think that's something else that's totally BS with this guy, guys, because you know, every once in a while he get into the group is like, oh, you can't do anything that's going to alter or change someone's destiny. But everything that they do alter and change someone's destiny. If the supposed spiritual work that they do, the mind games that they play, where they manipulate another person's mind, you are fucking with their destiny. You understand what I'm saying? That's just like if, say, I'm a chef and I love cooking and I'm working at this particular place. Okay. But say you do something to invade and violate my mind, with your supposed spiritual workings, okay, to manipulate my mind in some type of way that all of a sudden have me to move cross country somewhere, leave my beloved position that I was in and comfortable in. Now I'm no longer in that position. I'm doing something else. You have just then changed my destiny. You understand what I'm saying? That's just like, or take a relationship. That was kind of elaborate, but take a relationship. Say you are married with kids right now. You're happy within your marriage. Y'all haven't had any real problems. Every relationship has its little spats and ups and downs and things like that, or what have you. Okay. But say they start doing things to alter your partner's mind and alter your mind. Now you and your spouse are arguing every single day. Whereas y'all used to didn't argue at all. Now y'all are arguing practically about nothing every single day. Okay. Now there's no passion, no love, no romance, no intimacy in the relationship. Your wife is having an emotional affair with someone else. You have had an affair with someone else. You know what I'm saying? Someone else has come along and, you know what I'm saying? Now your eyesight has been open to the possibility of being with someone else when your marriage and your family was okay. You have then altered my destiny, changed my destiny by a problem that you fucking created. That most people, like he said, wouldn't even know it was there. You don't know when you and your spouse is arguing and fighting, everything is okay. 1 minute and the next minute, this, that, and the other is happening and all this other kind of stuff. Now your partner got a wandering eye. Now they, you know, staying out all night, not coming home late, you know, whatever's going on. You don't know that this is something that's being altered, that's being manipulated, that's being controlled by someone else. You have then the fuck exactly fucking altered a person's destiny according to what the fuck you want it to be. So they are, in fact, controlling one's destiny. So it's just a bunch of hypocritical shit like that that I don't agree with when listening to this, y'all.
Might be right. However, can you really sit here and tell me that the entire world, 8 billion people, are subject to change? No, not going to happen.
Well, to be fair, 8 billion people have been changing every day. Look at the world 10 years ago. Look at the world today. Look at our eating habits. Look at what we are doing. Sure, tragedy causes that, but people have changed from 10 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago.
They changed negatively. I'm talking about a positive move into awareness. Once you have the awareness, you know what's going on.
And who is he to say that people have changed negatively? Like the fuck?
You're going to speak differently. You're going to look at your family differently. Everything will be different. This awareness can give you some internal powers that you're not tapped into right now. For example, you might get to a point where you will be able to see past incarnations. That's a great thing if you use it for the proper purpose. And that's not what's happening here. Yes, the rabbi, you're really expecting that most of the world, I told you before, unfortunately, I know it sounds bad when saying 95% are dumb. They aren't going to change. So if you want to be like the evildoers who are talking about deleting some of the population because they are not necessary for the world.
And him said he calling people dumb. 95 of the 5% of the population is dumb. I guess he's a part of the 5% that isn't fucking dumb. But when you say a lot of dumb shit, You're still talking about altering something, changing something to force other people in the world to feel like you feel, think like you think, live the way you want them to fucking live. So you are the dumb one.
You don't take a 80-year-old woman and kill her because she's not useful to society anymore. By the way, she'd be extremely useful to society if society knew how to deal with an 80-year-old woman. This is something we all forget. We do not know how to do it. But if you think an average 80-year-old woman or man, they have a lot of experience in life that we can learn from. They have knowledge that we don't have. They have memories from 70 and 80 years ago that we don't know about. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to do, but we lost respect for our elders. We see the problem. Therefore, you know what? If you're 65, 70, you might as well die. So much population. Tomorrow there's going to be too many Jews, too many black people, too many Spanish people. The Aryan race, the way Hitler did it. That's what these psychopaths are going to do, and the people don't understand it. Now, the rabbi, with all due respect, he wants to change things. But he wants to do it through the process. I don't have time to wait for the process. People are dying every day. They're being murdered. People are being murdered. And nobody does anything about it. To me, it's wrong.
Now that makes
Do you believe that the world right now is ready for true awareness? Complete awareness?
No, but you know what? Let's assume complete awareness will be open to the public, okay? Some people are going to take it in a very bad way. They can commit suicide. I'm telling you no. It's their choice. Some people might get a heart attack from excitement. It's their choice. This is the destiny of the soul. They decided to change according to what happens now. Yes. Is this information going to change your choices? Yes, but I'm not interfering with their choices. They can still decide whatever they want, not stopping them. I'm not forcing them, not putting a gun to their head. I'm telling you, listen, this is the information. Check if it's true, if it makes sense to you, and move on. Most people will make the right change. A lot of people, I don't think it's a big percentage, will not. They may die, yes, let them die. That's part of the process. They'll die, they'll reincarnate. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's not like murder like happened today. They're murdering people. And you see smart, intelligent people, and you know, on a day-to-day, I meet people through my business, you know, normal people, smart, intelligent. And I'm sitting and I'm talking to them to see if I can get somewhere. No, they are so blind. They don't see anything. They don't see anything.
How do you think you change? Is it your job to change it? That may be a better question.
No, it's not my job. My job is more on an individual basis. I don't think there's a way to change it without shocking the world somehow. How do you shock the world? You do a team effort. And you neutralize the people you want to neutralize at the same time. You bring people like you to send awareness. And at the same time, you release information, such as the different books we talked about. And today, the world of internet, you could send information in 2 seconds to everybody in this world. And yeah, again, most people see it as a positive, will act positively. Yeah, there's some who might do the exact opposite. It's their choice. Like, if they'll die because of it, it's their choice. I didn't push them. I didn't force them. I told them, listen, do whatever you want. You don't have a choice today. None of us. None of us.
My last question for you is, at this point, I mean, you've seen a lot throughout, especially the past 11 years and in your life as a whole. But with everything you've seen, with everything you've experienced, with everything that you've learned and gone through and accessed and everything in between, what would be the message that you would give to humanity right now, to both the skeptics and the believers, to help encourage us to go in the right direction?
Most of the information that we have in this world today is mostly false information. We live in a world of lies, manipulation, and I think I'd like to ask people,
they contribute to that,
is to wake up. We are all sleeping. Stop listening to the news. Stop listening to major media. There's research you could do out there and get better information. Educate yourself about your economy, about your health system, about your vaccines, about your taxes. Everything you are being fed, I can tell you, is a lie. We are being misled. Our children are being misled. The education our kids are getting today is like ridiculous, and we are being fed with a bunch of lies. Our job as citizens, as private citizens, is to try to get to the truth through research, to learn. So stop watching Monday Night Football and use your time for something more meaningful. Search your soul. Search for the inner soul of your friends, your family. Search for the right emotion. There's a lot of good people out there. There's a lot of good leaders. Maybe not as strong as I would like them to be, but they're good leaders. Start opening your eyes and your hearts to learn something, because we are not going to a good place, and I am worried in a way, and I think we could do much better. But it has to be a team effort. We, as you said many times to your viewers, we have to act as one. And we don't have to agree with every opinion or whatever. It's okay to disagree. As long as we work together to a common goal of a better life. Freedom, liberty, pursuit of happiness doesn't exist. We have to bring democracy back. Maybe the Democrats are in power right now, but there is no democracy. It's all lies.
Thank you very much, and thank you for again giving us your time and agreeing to do this. I know it wasn't easy for you, and there was a lot of convincing in the process, but thank you.
Okay, guys, so that concludes disclosure 1. Disclosure 2, he actually goes in more in depth talking about the tunnels and all the children that's in the tunnels and how they even trafficked some and took them to other places, even other planets, and worked in conjunction with the people that he called the psychopaths. Like, there's a lot here, guys, okay? This has already gone on for a very long time. So I wanted you all to hear this, okay? This segment is called The Disclosure. He also comes back. There's another one. I'm going to show you all the covering of it, okay? It's called The Pyramid Code, and he goes into talks all about the pyramids and, you know, the governments and different gods and information about Jesus. Like, he talked about so many different things, okay? But now, guys, I want to share with you all Disclosure 5. Okay, now Disclosure 5 is what you see here. This is Disclosure Part 5. Okay, so like I said, this disclosure segment, it breaks down to like 6 or 7, like a total of 7, okay, because the finale is on Disclosure 7, but it's just called Disclosure Finale, okay? This is 5 here. This is a woman, a supposed mother, a warrior, it says, okay? She's a part of this TLS group as well, okay? Because in one of the other disclosures, Jason end up asking Ray, was it possible for him to talk to or meet any other persons within the organization or what have you? And then they produced this lady all of a sudden, okay, that was allowed to come and talk to Jason. Now, what I found also, targeted individuals, y'all pay very close attention to this. This is that hat that I was telling y'all about also real quick, guys. This looks just like that hat almost that Beyonce had on when, and I'm not saying that this person is Beyonce, okay? This woman, she has this distinctive type of accent, type of tone of voice. I can tell that I do believe she's an African-American woman. I'm telling you, I know this woman. I know her. I know her voice. I've seen her before. And it's interesting because she has this, what stood out to me about her voice at first, there's this tarot reader who has the exact same tone of voice. It's a very annoying voice. It's annoying, but like, and it kind of sounds like this woman, and the reason why I say annoying, it sounds like they're talking through their nostrils type of thing. Like if just think of a person being, say, congested and speaking through their nostrils is how it sounds. And there's this one person who sounds like this, but and it almost sounds like that woman, but I feel like hers is just a little bit stronger, like a little bit deeper of sounding like that. This woman just kind of sounds like that. Not sure if I believe that it's her or not, but she's the first person that came to mind. But this woman here is very interesting. So targeting individuals, I want you to pay attention to what she says, because Jason is going to ask her something in this interview. And this one is a whole lot shorter, guys. This is only like maybe like 30 minutes long or 40 minutes long, something like that, or what have you. But there's a part that Jason asked her, so, you know, how long had the TLS group known him? Because he's going to say that he just started, you know, his podcast and different things like that at a certain point in time. And he wasn't really seen or known or was on any social media platforms before that. This woman tells him that they were watching him for years before they ever actually met him, watching him. So they are into surveillancing people, stalking people, harassing people, watching people and everything before they approach them. This is why y'all got to be very careful about the people that y'all allow into your life, that you talk to, that you have in your circle. You don't know what type of person is in this type of shit. You understand what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with these gang stalkers, okay? It wasn't until I was awakened that I realized that everybody that was close to me was a part of this sick, twisted ass shit, was gang stalkers. From the person that I was in a relationship with at the time, to supposed family members, to people that I thought was friends, or, you know, confidants or associates and different things or what have you. They're sellouts. Come to find out, they're sellouts. They're gang stalkers. They all partook in gang stalking me and working against me and every fucking thing. And this is just like I found that so fucking eerie. And he's sitting there like he, you know, They've made him like the official spokesperson. Now, remind you, this is supposed to be a secret society. They're supposed to be so secret and so hidden and all of this. They won't show their face or give their real identities, but they have chosen this Jason Shirka guy to be like the messenger of the group, the spokesperson of the group, to tell the world about the group and what they fucking do. What in the hell makes you feel like that a group like this would entrust you to do such a thing? They chose you out of everybody that they could have picked to do this on purpose for a specific reason. And you hear Jason say, I haven't been officially initiated. And say, yes, the fuck you have. Every time you talk to these people, you're literally using word manipulation to mind fuck you. He is like literally under a trance, under mind control himself, and has been initiated and don't even fucking know it. But I want y'all to hear when this woman say, oh yeah, we were watching you for like 3 years or several years or whatever she said before they ever actually initially met him. Like, the shit was crazy. I'm like, wow. Yeah, these motherfuckers, they gang stalkers, crisis actors, manipulation, manipulators. They use all kind of manipulations. I gotta find the y'all just gotta go and watch all these different episodes of this, okay, because there's so many, okay, like this would go on for so many hours if I just disclose all of them here for you guys, okay. Like I said, you can go to just Google search Unified TV and their website will come up, and you sign in, you know, with your email address and a passcode to create your account. Is free, and you can click the button for a free 7-day trial, okay, and you can cancel it at any point in time during that. But people needs to hear this, okay. This is a trip anyway, guys. Let's get into this, okay. Now this woman calls herself, she's named, her code name within the group is Black Widow. I found that to be very eerie, okay. A Black Widow is someone who kills their loved ones, specifically their partners. Okay, these people have secret lives, like this person's family, their children. She goes in to say that her children don't even know what she do for a living at all. And they go on these secret missions and all this other kind of stuff. So I'm gonna let y'all listen to this, guys, and we're gonna wrap this up. Okay, guys, please push the thumbs up button. Please like, share, and subscribe. It will be greatly, greatly appreciated. That's your free way of showing your support to the channel. Okay, so let's get started.
Hello, everybody. Today we have a very special segment of disclosure. Something we've never done before, but something that you all asked for over and over and over again. Now, part 1, 2, 3, and 4, you all know, featured a man who we call Ray. Of course, that's not his real name, but he would like to remain anonymous. So the name that we gave him is Ray. But over the past few months, a lot of you asked me if it would be possible to interview somebody else from TLS, somebody else from the organization, may bring a whole different perspective. And at first, I laughed at the question because I thought something like that would be impossible, because it was already hard enough to get Ray to step up and agree to doing an interview. But the more of you who asked, the more times I was asked to ask if that was possible in the first place, I really came to a point where I just said, what do I have to lose? So I asked, and I persisted, and I do what I usually do. And to my surprise, the answer was yes. It's a great honor and privilege to be able to be sitting here with another incredible human being, a woman in this case, from TLS, from the organization itself. Although her real name cannot be revealed, all TLS agents do have code names, and hers is the Black Widow. All I can tell you is that she lives in the United States. She's a mother, and she does absolutely incredible work behind the scenes for TLS and with TLS. So with that being said, I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for agreeing to this interview, and thank you for giving us your time.
Of course, my pleasure.
I want to start by asking you, first and foremost, why did you agree to doing this interview?
Well, I'm not really a big talker. I am usually working behind the scenes, but as a TLS member, I've been following your work. I think you're doing a great job, especially in the last few years. And I wanted to show you my support because you asked so nicely, and I agreed to this interview just because I'm very proud of you. I think you're doing an amazing job, and I want to be a part of your success.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have to get permission or approval in order to be sitting here in the first place?
Oh, absolutely. Everything I do, I have to get permission from Ray, from the boss above Ray. And to be a part of something like this that I'm disclosing on your platform, I have to get approved for something like this. I cannot just do it, like to decide myself that I want to do it.
When you say the boss of Ray, who are we speaking about?
Oh, we're talking about the head of the New York chapter of the TLS organization. We call her D, but I can't give her full name.
Like the letter D.
Yes.
I understand that Ray has covered up his identity for privacy concerns, security concerns, out of his own choice, really, because we both know that he doesn't have to. But what's your reason for choosing to cover your identity?
First of all, I have a family. I'm a mother. I have kids, and I have to protect my kids. They're still young. I have to protect my family, the organization. Ray, of course. I cannot expose myself. Ray has a choice. He can expose himself. But for me, it's not a choice. I can't, and I'm not allowed to expose myself.
Do you know why?
No, actually, I don't. But I'm assuming because my kids are very young and I don't think they could handle something like this. Not yet. So I think it's just basically to protect my family.
How long have you been working with TLS?
I would say a little bit more than 10 years.
Can you tell us around when and how you were approached?
Yes. Actually, it started maybe a little more than 10 years ago. It was a very regular routine for me. I was sitting in my house watching the news, and I saw a story on the news about a woman and her family who needed help. So I decided to approach her husband and her family to help her. And I helped them for a month. And after about a month, Ray, who was known in the community, I knew of him, but I didn't know him. He approached me and he started talking to me about this woman that I was helping. And a few months after, when I was sitting with myself, I realized that that was basically my mission without even knowing. I was sitting at home watching the news and I saw this story and I decided to help her. But I didn't even know that it would lead to something totally different. So, like I said, after about a month that I was helping her, he approached me and he started talking to me about her, and I was really surprised. And we both helped her together. And I think that this was, I know this was our first mission together, to help this woman. And we succeeded. And I'm really glad we did. But we worked really well together. And it was like kind of a test. Maybe without me even knowing that this was the test to see how we work together. It was really amazing.
Did you know who Ray was when he approached you?
I knew him. I didn't know him personally, but I heard about him because he's a very well-known person in the community. He helps a lot of people. And I heard about people that he had helped, but I never met him personally before that. It was more or less 10, 11 years ago, something like that.
Now, today, over the past 10, 11 years, up until today, what type of work do you do for the organization?
I started to do physical work in the beginning because I had a few issues that I had to resolve within myself. And then after a lot of work and help, I got to a point where I could also do spiritual work because it's all connected. Like, you can't be in a low or complicated place in your life if you want to do spiritual work and you want to be, you need to be more clean in your mind and in your soul. And then to connect to yourself and do spiritual work. And now I'm doing both physical and spiritual work together. But I started only with physical work.
Did you receive help from the organization to go through this process of healing and opening yourself up?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I did. I got all the help I needed. There were issues that I had to solve, most of it by myself, but I got a lot of support from Rick and a lot of support from ZELLE. I'm glad to say that it was a big success. And after like a year or two, I was in a totally different place.
You mentioned you have kids, you have family. The next question is, do you get paid for your work?
I actually do. I'm different than Ray because Ray has another source of income and I don't. My kids are still young. I have to support them. I have to support my family and TLS. Basically, the work with TLS takes a really big part of my day, and I'm getting paid to support my kid and my family.
Does your work ever require you to have to travel to different countries, different states?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on some examples?
I travel, let's say, 3 to 5 times a year. It's a short period of time, like a few days, sometime in the United States, sometimes out of the United States.
It must be very hard. I mean, having to be a mother to children, raising a family. Does your family know what you really do?
Well, my family doesn't know what I do, but it's not harder than any other moms I know. We live in a very small community and we're a very nice neighborhood. And all the moms surrounding me are working moms. And I'm not different from them. But sometimes it's challenging a little bit, but something that is totally doable.
Your kids know what you really do?
No.
What do they think you do?
I prefer not to answer that. That's my cover, basically, and I prefer not to answer and not to give away my cover.
So there is something you think you do in terms of your day-to-day job, and you just do something else.
Yeah, it's like any other mom who goes to 9 to 5.
Any other mom.
But they think I do one thing and I'm doing something else.
Did you ever have to relocate for work purposes?
Yeah. Yes, I have. But when I did the relocation with my family, TLS and Ray completely supported me. They helped me in every way that I needed. My kids now have a great neighborhood, great school, and I got all the support that I needed when I was relocated.
I want to ask you a question about a date that I've been speaking about very publicly over the past 1.5 to 2 years. The day that I was actually kind of formally invited to, I guess we'll call it a TLS meeting. It lasted about 12 hours on February 6th of 2020. A meeting
that lets you further know he has been
marked the date that I was somewhat informally brought into the organization, because I'm not an initiated member whatsoever.
Yes, you are.
My question for you is, did you have any part in the decision-making process of making that meeting happen and bringing me into it?
Yes, the answer is yes. I was, as I said at the beginning, as a part of TLS, I was following all your work and everything you did and your progress. And I absolutely supported the fact that you were going to be there and that you were going to be in the meeting and be a part of it and start a process.
So before February 6th of 2020, I didn't really have any form of a public platform. Is it safe to say that you or others, or you and others, were sort of following me and watching me my day-to-day?
Absolutely. The answer is yes.
Is it safe to assume that you knew about me before I knew of you?
Yes.
That's exactly
Are
why
we
you can't
talking
trust
days,
nobody.
weeks, months, years?
We're talking years, but I don't really want to get into it. But it was years.
Of course, you don't want to get it.
That we've been following you and known about you.
Before moving on, I have one question about that. At that point, I was, 22 years old? What made you have any form of faith in me, somebody that comes from a real estate background, somebody that has no experience with public speaking? Why did you choose to support pretty much a kid coming out, speaking out about such a powerful organization?
Well, it's not really about the age you do for a living. It's something more about your energy, your soul. And it has nothing to do with your age. And you personally today you are 25 years old. You're not 25 years old. You're much more mature than that. You have experience. You're a great speaker. And the fact that you came from real estate, it doesn't really, it's not an issue. It's like something that was in your energy, your soul, and the hope that you had and the future that you saw for a better world.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
That's how I handle it.
Let's move on to your relationship with Ray, because I think a lot of people would like to know how you and Ray kind of work together. Ray has shared a lot of his own experiences from within the organization, but get those experiences, or whichever experiences you did share from your perspective, would be really interesting. So first and foremost, who is Ray to you within the organization?
Ray is sort of my boss, you could call it. There's a boss above Ray, of course, but he's more my direct handler, you could say.
Handler?
I take all direction and everything for the work that we have from him, directly from him.
Gang stalker.
Do you know him only through work, or are you on a more personal level with him?
Absolutely. On a personal level today. And the last few years, we became like partners, good friends, and like you can say
had sex with him.
Family.
Do you know his family?
I do. I know his family. I know his whole family.
Does his family know you?
They know me, but they don't know what I do.
So you're undercover within the relationship with him, known to his family?
Yes. The only person who knows who I am and what I do is his wife.
Why did the two of you work together?
That's a good one. I think we spoke about the first mission that I had, and I didn't know it was a mission. I just saw a story and wanted to help. I think that it was kind of a test to test if we could work together. Like our energy, both our energies worked really, really well together. Think about yourself like on a daily basis. You go, you meet someone. Sometimes you get a good connection after 2 months, and sometimes you just like them. And it's all about energies. You know, you can work with someone, your energy is perfectly flowing together. And some people, you have it with them for no specific reason. And some people you don't. So me and Ray, we work very, very good together. And it was like a perfect match with our energy.
They practice ritualistic sex.
We think the same. We act the same.
To entune their...
We can do stuff together without even saying out loud. We just do it together. And perfectly for both of us.
Are there ever instances where you have to work with anybody else within the organization?
No.
Could it be a group effort where it's you, Ray, and other individuals?
Absolutely. In fact, most of the time that we go to missions and trips, we're not alone. Sometimes we have a short period of time that we have to do things together, and it's only us. But all of our trips, we're surrounded with more people from TLS for backup, for other things too. But most of the time, we're with other people.
Now, when you say with other people, are we talking about 5 people, 10 people, 100 people? How big can this get?
Well, it depends. Sometimes it's like 4 people. Sometimes it's 30. It depends on the mission and the task that we have.
Speaking about missions and operations, Ray has shared a lot of details about operations and missions that he was a part of regarding TLS, regarding underground tunnel systems, regarding induced natural disasters, all these things that he was a part of and many stopping. Were you a part of any of those specific operations with the underground tunnel system or induced natural disasters?
Well, as a mom, the operation with the tunnels and saving the kids was something that I really, really, really
They didn't
wanted to do.
save the kids. They trafficked them
But
somewhere
Ray
else.
would not even consider for me to come because he had a responsibility to my kids, for my family. And as much as I offered to join the operation, he said absolutely no. He wouldn't take the chance. So you have to understand in every task in TLS, there's a scale of 1 to 10. 1 is the lowest risk and 10 is the highest risk. And I can tell you that Ray, he takes a lot of risks that are like on the higher levels, but he never lets me do it. Never. The highest level I ever joined him on was, I can say a 3 or a 4. It was the highest level. The tunnels was something I really wanted to do, but I wasn't a part of it.
And what about when it came to the so-called natural disasters?
They're unnatural disasters.
Well, some of them Ray did that by himself. And some of them I was part of it. More on the spiritual level, which it didn't have to physically be in the actual place to help and make the change.
That means that spiritually speaking, you're doing something about actually being there.
Exactly.
Ritualistic.
Earlier, you said you work in the physical side of the organization and the spiritual side of the organization, something that you kind of have gone between over the past 10, 11 years of your work within the organization. What do you predominantly do today? Is it more physically oriented or spiritually oriented?
I would say it's 50% physical and 50% spiritual.
Can you give any examples of jobs, tasks, operations that you've been on, maybe in different countries that you've done that show both the physical side and the spiritual side? Start with the physical side and then we'll go into the spiritual.
Well, the physical side, I would say to distract someone. I'll give you an example. We spoke about the movie that you actually brought to my attention, The Adjustment Bureau, there was an actor, Harry. He was supposed to spill coffee on David's shirt at exactly 7:05 a.m. to make a chain of reactions to change something in his day. So this is something that I would do, that I actually do. TLS will send me, they'll fly me out to a different country for 5 minutes to distract someone and then come back.
When you say for 5 minutes, you're saying that they'll fly you all the way to God knows where, a different country, to do a job for 5 minutes and come back.
Yes, that happens.
Why you and not just hire or use one of their 8500?
This is how I know these people are gang stalkers, or used as gang stalkers, or used as crisis actors. Okay, this is how they use the crisis actors. If y'all know, anytime that there's one of these big major staged events and the media is all out there, I'll give you an example. They do it with all of them. Okay, the people that you see first on the scene to be seen in front of the cameras that end up giving those interviews to the media when these big stage events happen, no matter whether it's a, you know, it could be anything, whether it's something like a 9/11 or a bombing or a school shooting or anything like that, those ones that they speak to, or even, I'll give you an example. Y'all remember Post nightclub? That was the gay club that they had the guy shoot up. Okay, well, one of the crisis actors that they use is actually from Arkansas. I know him. It was the Caucasian guy who wore the hat or what have you. He's from here. See, where they fuck up as is they think that nobody would recognize the people that they use, but they use these people and they're from other areas. If you listen to this guy's story, he said that he had just gotten to that state, wherever that state is. I forget what state that happened in or whatever. He said that he had just got off the plane. Who the fuck gets off a plane and go directly to a club? You mean to tell me you didn't go to your hotel room first? You didn't take a shower, change clothes, put up your luggages or anything? He said he had just got off a plane and went straight to that club. It just so happened the club you went to end up getting shot up. Now, this happened to be the club where the lone wolf shooter that they use. They told you that he went in there, shot up the club, paused for a minute, text or like posted something to social media, shot up some more, called his wife or girlfriend or whoever it was, shot up some more. Like, he kept on taking pauses and breaks in between shooting up shit, supposedly. Okay, now on this same thing, guys, after this happened, the guy that I'm telling y'all about, I know this guy personally. I forget, either we worked together or we went to school together, but I know this guy. Okay, but he was one of the ones that was first on the scene to be seen. He stuck around. Like, y'all have to think about our crisis situation. If a chaotic situation was to happen right now, everybody's going to take off, running, hiding, getting away as fast as you can. You're not going to stay in the danger zone while all this shit is happening. You just so happen to still be there when the media show up, and you're going to be so eager and anxious to talk to them and give them a full fucking interview. Not to mention that he was one of the ones, him and two other people was helping this one person from up out of the club. Okay, and this person was dressed all up, made it look like that this person was wounded and injured and everything, and they was carrying this person across the street. Okay, they walked past the camera, looked right in the camera, and as soon as they were past the camera, they didn't know the camera was still on them. They set the person down that they was carrying. This person was able to walk fine. When they got to the end of the damn sidewalk, they was down there skipping and jumping and laughing and high-fiving and shit. Y'all, the shit was staged, bruh. I kid you not, okay? Like, this is the type of fuckery that goes the fuck on. Not to mention even that other woman, remember the one, she popped up. They used her so many times in multiple different of these mass shootings that they just had to stop using her because she is too fucking much, okay? Now, She showed up one time at when she first showed up, I believe it was one of the school shootings, okay? Then she showed up at the gay club shooting because she the one who came out and was like, her son came out with the gay straight alliance ass shit. Bitch, look, first of all, we ain't never needed no gay straight alliance. Gay people and straight people been communicating with each other just damn fine before. But she claimed her son came out with the gay straight alliance and all this other kind of shit. She has the most ridiculous fake cry that anybody had ever seen in the history of fucking staged ass events, y'all, okay? But either way it go, that dude in particular, this person, I said all that to say that this woman is just like that. She's going into detail and telling y'all how what they call physical missions is when they go and actually physically do certain things, like how she made mention to that movie, the Adjustment Bureau. And throughout that whole movie, they was creating different things on purpose to keep this man from interacting with this certain woman that he was like completely smitten with, which turns out to be his divine counterpart, his soulmate. And they was trying to keep them from being together. And they had this whole booklet that had different little codes and different things, and all they doing all kind of mystical shit or whatever, going through certain doors and shit what they had on that would beam them to other areas and all this other kind of shit, y'all. She's talking about that or whatever, but she is just like one of these damn crisis actors. They serve these, they use them in different ways. Okay. And the reason why I brought this up is because she was saying on the part where she was saying they will fly her out to different states, to different places for just a certain amount of time to do whatever it is that they are there to do, and then they leave and go back. A lot of times when these events they go on, guys, this is how you see people from other states. It's the same thing every time you see any type of protest, marches, looting, or anything that goes on. Them people that you see they come there from other fucking states, y'all. They go to one state from, like, they come from other states to whatever state that whatever event is going on, and they come there, do whatever, and then they take off and leave. That's what they have been paid to do. They pay these gang stalkers, they pay these crisis actors. This is what the fuck these people are part of, bro. And what they call spiritual work, the spiritual work they do, y'all, it's mind control. Okay? Telepathic communication is mind control. It's artificial intelligence. It's demonic devices. It's the manipulation of technology. It's all kinds of shit, y'all. I'm trying to tell you what I know.
Agents that are in that area of the world.
I guess it's something that is connected to your energy, to your look. You know, think about yourself sitting in a restaurant and suddenly you hear like a glass falling on the floor and breaking. You'll turn around and sometimes you will, for a split second, be distracted. You'll look and then you'll get to your meal. So sometimes something will, you know, distract you more and make you look for a few more minutes, and this will cause a chain of reactions different than what was actually going to happen. You have to remember that everything that we do is for a good reason. We don't do
that. That's a lie.
To make a bad reaction, a bad chain
tell them
reaction,
to say that.
only for good.
Everything they do is for a good reason.
You mentioned the movie that I told you to watch. It's actually one of my favorite movies, The Adjustment Bureau. Would you say that TLS works in somewhat of the same way?
You causing a distraction to disturb someone's day, to disturb someone's life is not a good reason. What a reason that you and your fucking group came up with? Fuck that. No, I'm not going to live my life according to how y'all see fit. So you decide to come in my life and cause a fucking distraction for me to change a course of action. You know what I'm saying? This is just like, say you live right by a corner store and you go to that corner store every day. Whether you walk, whether you drive, whether you ride your bike, however the hell you get there, and you take a specific path. This be like these motherfuckers showing up one day out the blue, and they got a whole area that you normally block the fuck off. Now you have to go around a whole nother damn way to go somewhere, get something. Like, who the fuck are y'all? This is not for a good reason. You're causing disturbances to people's life according to what the fuck you want. That's not good. And you notice, just like with Ray, they have them pushing the fact, oh, everything we're doing is for the good. Yeah, you can take that mind manipulation, mind control as bullshit somewhere else, okay? You can't rockabye baby my ass back to sleep, bitch, because I'm wide the fuck awake, okay?
As the Adjustment Bureau organization works in that movie?
Absolutely. When you told me that you watched this movie and then I watched it also, it was very similar to the things that we do in TLS. So it made me understand that you understand the essence of the work TLS is doing.
Can you give some other examples now on the spiritual side of operations, tasks, jobs that you've done around the world that shows a spiritual task that you had to take upon yourself?
And y'all pay attention. Whenever they bring up the spiritual, they don't ever, the most they'll talk about is occasional, they'll talk about telepathy and they'll talk about levitation. Okay. They don't like that. That's when they'll get real antsy about what they can and can't say. They'll go into that breakdown. Well, I can't disclose too much or whatever. They're very particular about disclosing what it is that they spiritually supposedly do, what they call spiritual. Okay. And it's because they're using ritualistic practices. It's because they're conjuring, they're chanting, they're using, all kinds of, like, there's certain ways to access certain forces of different things. Sex magic is one of them. I believe they participate in group sex rituals. And one of these disclosures, Ray goes into talking about how one can have sex without and having sex and reaching satisfaction within having sex without getting to that climax part of it, or like orgasmic part of it or whatever. And it's something he talks about, he practices a lot or what have you. I believe they do things like that. Okay, there's certain things, there's other things that one can do. Say I'm in Arkansas and say I know you and you're in Florida and we know somebody else is in California. We got a lot of people, okay, whether from where we're at to other people, and say we're all a part of this group, and say we have all said that at noon, we're all going to chant the same. We're all going to sit in a circle with candles surrounded by us, and we're going to rock and we're going to chant a certain, this brings about a certain frequency. Okay. And something like that is what can cause something. It depends on what's being chanted, what's being conjured up. Okay. This could be calling upon a specific entity or deity to, you know, manifesting a certain thing to go in your face. This is the shit that they are doing, y'all. Okay. This ties into this. Matter of factly, divination is different. Okay. You have light workers that practice divination, but you also have our dark priests and priestesses and even magicians and spell workers and all kinds of people that practice divination. It's all done on different levels. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why there's a lot of people who is against, say, like meditation and yoga, because it taps into something else. Okay. It brings about other frequencies to tap into other things. Okay. This is the way manifestation and different things are created. Okay. Y'all need to understand, they're using, when they talk about the spiritual thing, you see them get real antsy. They go into talking about, well, I can't disclose too much, and they won't talk about exactly what it is that they do, but they do make mention that there's certain devices that they have, what I call demonic devices, that manipulates things, that alter things, that change things. Okay. And it's certain things that they can do alone, but there's certain things that they have to do as a group together. Okay. Whether it be chanting, conjuring, ritualistic practices, praying, meditating, sex rituals, satanic ritual, whatever it is that they're doing. You understand what I'm saying? It's what's going on when they're talking about this. Okay.
Yourself.
A perfect example is a few years ago. TLS sent us to Canada to, you won't believe it, to stop the electricity for a few seconds.
What part of Canada are we talking about?
It was Niagara Falls.
And when you say to stop the electricity, you're using this example as a spiritual task. How did you go about doing something like that?
Well, we actually used a physical tool, but in a spiritual way.
Demonic device.
Can you elaborate?
I prefer not to.
In short, you have access to tools that you use that help you, like connect spiritually?
Yes.
And that spiritual connection allows you to do things like stopping electricity for a certain purpose, for whatever the purpose of that mission was.
Exactly.
Can you give any other examples of spiritual tasks and operations that you've been a part of?
Well, not too many, because you can understand that all the missions, most of them are something that we really don't talk about. But we went to, we've been sent to a country in the Middle East. We had to stop a storm. And it was also something that we did in a spiritual way. We were actually in a helicopter, and we were actually in the sky when we did what we did. And we also use a certain physical tool to do something spiritual. So another example, and I'm sorry, I know I'm not giving you too much information. You have to understand that I'm sitting here and talking to you,
Y'all are full of
but I have to be very careful with what I say, because I can't really give too many details. And yeah, I'm sorry about that. But it's something that you must understand, and I'm
with her and told
sure
her
you do
about it.
So we went to Utah also a few years ago. We had a mission over there.
Y'all see how she,
and we actually had a mission, but something happened on the way.
Y'all see how she changed up all of a sudden, and she stopped while she was talking. After she got to the point where they was in the sky, they was in the plane, and they did something. And something happened while they were doing that, and they also used a specific device while they were up there. And then all of a sudden she paused and she stopped and she says, I'm sorry, I know I'm not giving you too much here or whatever. That's because they telepathically communicated with her and told her to stop talking about that she shouldn't talk about that. And then when she do start talking back about something, she all of a sudden go to when they were in Utah. She no longer speaks about that particular time. This is what's going on, y'all.
Which was we thought it was something that wasn't the reason that we were there, and it just happened. And there was actually a boy that almost fell from a cliff.
You're talking about Horseshoe Bend.
Yes.
By Utah, Arizona.
Exactly. I know you know the story. We were there for something else. And we thought we did what we did. And then something like just came along, and we were there in the right place at the right time. But when the ambulance came and the police came and everyone came, after we helped this kid, we suddenly saw on the plate number a number that we use in TLS. So me and Ray and the person that was with us, we understood this wasn't a coincidence. We were there for a reason. We didn't even know. We didn't plan it, but there was a reason that we were there.
Have you ever experienced any form of, I guess we can call all of this supernatural, but any form of supernatural abilities that happened to you or that you did throughout an operation that you're able to share? Things like, I don't know, telepathic communication, levitation.
Yeah, these things that you're talking about, we don't do those most of the time, but I have few experiences with levitation. It actually happened when me and Ray were in 2 different countries. We used telepathy, and we did it in 2 different countries. And this was on the spiritual level. And this happened only a few years after I met Ray, because I needed to be in a different place. Like I said before, I needed to be in a different place spiritually, being with my soul and the blocks that I had to let go of. And then I was able to do more spiritual things like levitation, telepathy, and stuff like that.
Did you ever get hurt doing or experiencing any of those abilities?
Actually did. We did a levitation, and we were in 2 different countries, and something went wrong. And I actually fell from the ceiling. I ended up definitely injured, but not too much. It wasn't that bad. I had like black and blues a little, and I told my family that I fell on my way to work, but it wasn't bad. It was okay, and it was worth it.
It was worth it.
It was worth it.
Good.
Absolutely.
That's all that matters. I understand that everyone in the organization uses code names. You have a code name, Ray has a name, everybody has a code name. What's the purpose of those names? You use those names when you're on an operation to speak to one another?
Well, when we're on an operation, that would be very weird. I mean, think about it. If you go in the street and you hear 2 people calling the Black Widow, or, it would get too much attention. So we don't use them. We use our names. But it's something for the organization that they use at certain times. But personally, we don't use them when we're on mission. We don't use the code names.
Why do they call you the Black Widow?
That name was given to me by the boss.
Who's the boss?
I told you before. We call her Dee, and she's the head of the New York chapter.
What's Ray's code name?
The CEO.
Can you tell us what it stands for?
No.
Can you give us any other examples of code names with the organization?
We have the Eagle. We have the BA, which stands for Born Again. We have the BB, which stands for Blind Baby.
Why? Where do these names come from?
Why would that be funny?
Well, it's not my decision. I didn't give these names. I just know what it stands for and the code name and which code name goes to who, but I didn't give this name. It's the boss, the one who gave me my name.
I have a few closing questions for you, big picture questions for you that I asked Ray in multiple past interviews, disclosure part 1, 2, 3, and 4. I want to ask you the questions to gain a new perspective, a fresh perspective from a different individual from within the organization that still has a lot of experiences that most people don't. So my first question for you is, number one, I think we can both agree that Ray is very impatient. He has certain ways that he wants to go about doing certain things to really stop a lot of the evil in this world. And of course, he comes from a very good place with very good intents. He does have a very extreme way of doing things. And as he said many times, he wants to eliminate the evildoers. And TLS doesn't allow him to go through with certain things because they don't want their actions or actions from anybody associated with them to interfere with free will of the human collective. So what is your perspective on really getting rid of evil in this world? Do you agree with Ray? Do you have a different way of going about it? What's your overall perspective from your stance?
So, as a person who knows Ray very well, I know that everything he wants to do, and they won't let him, it's all for the better. He has a really good heart. He's an amazing man who helps so many people. And most of the time, people he helps don't even know that he's behind the help they're getting. But I'm a woman, and I'm a little bit different. I'm a mother. I'm a little bit less extreme. And I know there is a solution for us, you know, to make this world a better place to live. Man, it's just going to be a little bit longer. And we need to be more patient. It's going to be more complicated, but we can get there as a human being on Earth. We can get there. So I understand Ray and where he's coming from, but I think we should challenge ourselves and take
High road.
Yep. Not easy. We can get there.
When it comes to religion, a lot of people ask about religion and how God fits into this picture, because Ray has said multiple times that he's against religion, and many members and agents in TLS are not fond of organized religion either. But they do use things like the Bible and Allah and the Zohar to do many, many different things in action in the field throughout their operations. When it comes to religion, organized religion as we know it today, what's your perspective on how it fits into the greater picture, speaking?
Well, I have to be honest. As a person who read Rays of Light many times, I do understand what the rabbi is saying about religion. Whatever divides us as human beings just cannot be that good. And I'm being careful with choosing my words because I was raised in a certain way as a kid, and I'm raising my kids in a similar way. And a little less tradition than I was raised in, but it is all connected to a religion. And I see how religion divides us as people. And I do understand that the hope is that one day we are all going to be above all the religions that divide us. And we'll all be more moving and acting out of love and not out of the other things that make us, well, think about it. The rabbi in Rays of Light, he's saying if there will be no religion, there will be no war, and there would be only love. And this is something I want for my kids and for the future generations, to live in a place without war and to be surrounded only with love. I think it's a hope and a dream of all parents, you know, whoever they are and whatever religion they have. It's something that we all should want to try to accomplish on Earth.
The thing is, a lot of people find purpose in their religion. They feel that religion gives them a purpose because it gives them a very clear path and way to connect to what I'll call God, this higher realm, this higher dimension. Everybody has a different way of defining that idea. How do you think this world is going to evolve? How do you think this world is going to look like as we become more spiritually oriented and connected, as opposed to religiously oriented and connected?
Well, you have to understand that I really, really respect the people, religious people, the people that are not even religious, just traditional, who need something to give them hope, to give them strength. And most of the people, when they find religion, it's because they've had a bad experience. So they first approach and go to prayer and to God through religion. But I think that love is the only thing that is above all of the religions. This is the only thing that can basically divides the people on Earth. And is the only thing that brings people together. And if you read Rays of Light, the rabbi explained very, very simply about love, that love has so much power. It's the strongest feeling that can bring everyone together and bring this earth and this place to a better future for our kids, which every parent and every mother and every person wants for their kids and for their future generations.
With all the chaos and I'll even say the darkness and evil that we experience around our world today and that we see around our world today, do you have any faith and knowingness within you that we will get to that world that you're speaking about?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The awareness today is amazing. People are starting to open their eyes to understand that if they are not going to make a big change in their life, the world is going to be a place that none of us want to live in. And a lot of people now are more aware, more awakened. And I know I have faith and I have hope that with the help of TLS, with the help of people like you, with the help of people like Ray, we can do it. We can do it. And we can give our kids and their kids a better future here.
To sum up this entire interview, I'm going to ask you what I always ask Ray. Do you have any closing message that you'd like to deliver to everybody who's watching this interview to leave us off on the note that you want to leave us off on?
Very simple. I said it and I'm going to say it again. Wake up every day in the morning and decide that you will do one good deed for someone else, not yourself. And you will see. All of you will see that it will take your life to a better place and will give you such big satisfaction. And it will lead us all to a place that we deserve to live in.
I completely agree. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
I hope to see you again if that opportunity comes to fruition, and if there's more that you'd like to share down the line, if there's more you're able to share. But I really just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you for even agreeing to make that happen in the first place.
You're welcome, Jason. You have to understand that I'm very limited in the things that I actually can talk about and say, but I'm very proud of you. And I want you to continue and do exactly what you're doing because you're a big help for humanity.
Thank you.
You're my pleasure.
That brings this segment of Disclosure Part 5 to a close. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know this one was very different than all the rest because you actually have a different person sitting in front of you this time, a different person sitting in front of me. And I really want to close this interview by saying thank you to each and every one of you because it's your push to me that made this happen in the first place. I'm just that soldier and medium that gets all the ideas that you all give me, and you guys really give me that ambition.
Okay, guys, so that concludes Disclosure 5. I just wanted you to see the different people from the Ray character to this Black Widow person that discussed this group and its dealings or what have you. There's so much more I want to share with you all, but these videos are like so long. It's so in depth with like a lot of different things that they talk about, a lot of different information. I'm not really sure which one it's on where they talk about how they are chipped and implanted and that's how their group communicate with one another. They go more in depth. I believe it's in Disclosure 2, talking about the tunnels and the children that's underground and different things like that. They make it seem like they rescued a lot of these children, but they did not. The Jason guy asked them, were they taken back home? Did you give them back to its parents? And Ray, he says, well, they can't be taken back home, and different, like, he makes this excuse. And this is when he talks about how some of them were taken to another planet. Some of them were used by his very own group and experimented on and done all kinds of things. And like, it's absurd, guys. Like, it's really crazy, the stuff that these people are involved in. Okay. But it goes into a lot of other things here, guys. Okay. As it relates to all of this. So like I said, this goes all the way to Disclosure, the finale. Like, all of them, it goes to Disclosure 6, but Disclosure, the finale, is like the wrap up of everything that they talked about. And then at the end of that, he has several different episodes where it's like question and answers from other people that they talked to. Okay. There was another segment, these are comments and different things from people. There was another segment that Ray spake on, which is called the Pyramid Code. Okay. And it's where he was talking, giving a lot of different information about what he knew about the pyramids and different things like that, or whatever. There are several different things on here that you all can view. Yeah, the Pyramid Code is here, guys, and it's into like 3 different parts. So it's like part 1, 2, and 3. Okay, this right here shows part 3 here, but yeah, there are several different things that they have on here. Okay, you have the operators here. This is saving the children. Okay, so that's something else that you all can view as well. There's quite a bit of information here that you all should definitely listen to. And I should have did like timestamps on certain different, because I've watched all of them. Okay, here's the Pyramid Code part 1 here. Okay, but they have like a lot of different things that's discussed and talked about on various different levels about a lot of different things. Okay. There's one called Third Eye Spies. Okay. So I haven't watched that one. I may actually go and view that one or what have you guys. Okay. But like I said, you all go to, it's called Unified TV. That's UNIFYD TV. Okay. And when you can Google that and it'll come right up. When you get onto the site, you can subscribe. Okay, all you have to do is put in your EMPRESS and create your own passcode or what have you, and it gives you the opportunity for a 7-day free trial, like automatically. Okay, so and what they have available, everything they have available is available to you. You can cancel your subscription with them at any time that you want to. But I would definitely say that this is something that you all should view. This video has gone on a very long time already. We're already like 4 hours in or what have you guys. But I did want to talk to you all. Okay. About this alleged secret society. Okay, they call themselves a TLS. Okay, which is the light system. TLS stands for the light system. Okay, now when I did Google that term and look it up, all I seen plastered all over that information is that host that you've seen, the Jason Shirka guy. They're using him as like the designated messenger to talk about all of this information and different things or whatever, which I'm like, he has clearly been, initiated. And, he even says himself that he was invited. Now, remind you, this is a secret society. who has invited him to one of their secret meetings that went on for 12 freaking hours. Okay. But he, in his mind, thinks that he has not been officially initiated into the group. Yeah, no secret society. Like, see, as a Freemason going to invite you over to, you know, some Masonic lodge just to hang out and chill with the Masons, but you ain't a Mason. Like, yeah, secret societies don't fucking do that. See if the Skull and Bones is just going to allow you to come and hang out with them. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you've been initiated, okay? They obviously trust you on a certain level, have some type of connection to you on a certain level to bring you into their group like this, okay? And this is the very reason why you can tell that he knows a lot more than what he is saying. He's only speaking about the things that they have spoke out about, as you know, but still, you know, questioning about them, about questioning the things that you've been asking them questions about is the things that he's already talked to them about and have answers to. You understand what I'm saying? So he knows what to ask and what not to ask and different things like that or what have you. But of course, for production wise, it's, you know, put forth, you know, towards the people in a certain manner, in a certain way, like he's non-biased to, you know, what's going on. And you're clearly a part of what they have going on. They have literally brought you into their group, opening themselves up to you and what they are a part of and what they are about. Have they exposed everything to him? Probably not. You understand what I'm saying? But nonetheless, guys, okay, y'all make sure y'all go and check this out. I thank you all so much for listening and for watching, guys. It has definitely been a pleasure reporting this Hot Topic Tarot with you all. Yeah. This was a doozy. I seen this the other day and I'm like, oh my gosh, I literally, I watched every one of them. I took notes and it was trippy. Okay. For one, because I had never heard of this group before. And two, the different things that they were talking about and what they are about and what they do and different things like that, and how they really try over and over and over again to cram down your throat. Oh, we're the good guys. Oh, what we're doing is for good. It's not for bad. It's not for evil. But they are doing a lot of things that is deception, disturbing, manipulation, and a lot of other things that, you know, you're doing for the sole purpose because you want to, or your group wants to, and that's what you all feel should be done. It has nothing to do with how anybody else feel or what anybody else thinks, or, you know, what anybody else wants to do. You're not weighing in on anybody else. You're doing the same thing that the satanic powers that be are doing. They're doing what they're wanting to do against the masses' wills, just as well as this group. TLS, just like every other secret society that we know of, is doing things against our will as well, regardless of what we think or feel about it. I don't know about you, but I don't give a damn what group you are a part of, whether you call yourself good or not. Y'all can be the Mighty Morphin fucking Power Rangers, but if y'all are around here invading and violating people's mind, altering people's realities, I have a fucking problem with that. Like, that's not okay. Okay? And I want to, the other disclosures, the other videos, they get into how Ray, like, literally get offended because Jason used the word abduction when talking about these extraterrestrials, and how it's an abduction. Okay? How they have abducted people from their homes, okay, and taken them up in these spacecrafts and experimented on them and different things or whatever. And for the longest time, when people came out with the alien abductions, I just knew, I initially, before I had my awakening, I felt like it was the government disguised as whatever type of being, you know what I'm saying, making these people believe, oh, they've been taken by extraterrestrials, when they've actually been taken by, you know, very high-ranking elite government officials, and taking these people from their homes, abducted them, experimented on them, you know what I'm saying, and all these different things, and then sent them back and different things. And then when these people speak out about their experience, they, you know, do them the same way they do targeted individuals. They set it up to make it look like, oh, it's mentally ill, oh, you're out your mind, you're crazy, you're delusional, you're schizophrenic, you're paranoid, you've just woke up one day and decide to make up things, you know. Shit is how they set things up when people come out and speak about what they have experienced and what they have gone through or what have you. So that's how I felt about it before. But I feel like people have really had experiences where abductions have happened. Okay, human experimentation has been going on in different things or what have you. There's different type of operations that has gone on where people have been taken, experimented on, and in all kinds of things, even by our own supposed, government agencies and different things who have done these things or whatever. So, whether one wants to say extraterrestrials have done these things or not, or it's being done by other, nefarious human beings or whatever, it's done. It happens, But anyway, guys, I would definitely encourage you all to please go and watch this, whether you, feel like it's right, wrong, or indifferent, whatever your feelings, thoughts. It's about information. It's about using your own mind. Okay. It's about freedom of information. It's about hearing something new, learning something different. You know what I'm saying? You are entertained all day, or you're distracted all day with a whole bunch of other things. Why not, stimulate your mind? Okay. Enhance your own mind with new information, if you will, or what have you. Okay. So guys, again, I thank you all so much for listening, for watching. If you'll be so kind to please like, share, and subscribe, it will be greatly, greatly appreciated. For those of you who would like to contact me, you can do so at tiff.diamond.36@gmail.com. You can also follow me on Instagram, which is shine bright like a diamond, 36 with an underscore between each word. For any person who is interested in donating to the channel, it is greatly, greatly appreciated. I do thank you all in advance. You can do so through CASHAPP, which is $tiffdiamond36, or through PayPal, which is paypal.me/@36diamond. As always, guys, take care of yourself, take care of each other, but most of all, take care of your babies, honey. Remember, this is a wicked, wicked world that we live in. There is wickedness in high places, and there is evil that is lurking around each and every corner, even in a neighborhood near you. So y'all watch your surroundings. Watch the company you keep, watch the surroundings and the company in which your children are in as well. And considering the fact that you never know when someone may betray you, backstab you, try to hurt you, or harm you, honey, keep you some protection on you. Y'all stay awake, stay aware, stay vigilant, and stay prepared, because if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, baby. Until the next time, peace, love, and light. Namaste. I am that I am, created in the image of God. Real quick, guys, once again, this is Unified TV. Okay. Here's the information. You see it at the top of the screen here, guys, how to spell it, Unified TV. So y'all go on there and yeah, watch those videos that they have available. Get some new information. Learn something new. Okay. Stimulate your mind. Okay. This is what this is all about. All right, guys. Till the next time. Peace, love, and light. Namaste.